And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, week number 58. Oh, that's a lot of weeks, Papi. It's great to be back here with your weekly dose of open StarCraft here on the CranKy Ducklings. I'm, of course, your VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players and the people in the chat as well. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we are jumping into our first series of the night. We're jumping into our TVP. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Best of luck. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our red Protoss player representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Mindle VK. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Offside Esports. It is Control. Let's go. Let us go. It's great to be back here again. We were live yesterday with KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, but there was no WTL. There was no World Team League yesterday because of the Bulgarian event that was going on. There was a qualifier for a big Bulgarian offline event that was ongoing last night. Unfortunately, we weren't able to cast it. I didn't know who to contact, didn't know how to get involved in that, so took the night off instead and just scheduled once. I just found some other work, Papi. I just found some other work. And now we're here, we're live with a back-to-back broadcast. We start things off with Sparkling Tuna Cup, followed by World Team League, WTL. WTL will be played out right after this event, so we'll be catching up on some amazing StarCraft throughout the entire night, of course, back-to-back non-stop StarCraft. Otherwise, if you were maybe tuning in earlier, I was live laddering. I was laddering on my own Twitch channel, and the smudge was real, Papi. It was okay. It was fun. It was fun. Unfortunately, had to end the stream a little bit early because we're casting, of course. Because we're casting, I might try to stream later on. We'll see. We shall see. I try to get back into that ladder. For now, though, we're settling in. It is going to be a double gas opener. Double gas opener leading into a faster factory. Checking the vision here of Middle VK, we did confirm both gases, so we're fully aware of the opener of choice. Middle VK is fully aware and is going to be racing back home. Likewise, back at home, Cybercore is done. We're getting into our initial tech of choice. We'll see if it's going to be a Twilight Council or a Stargate, even a Robo Opener as well. Robo Openers have been mainly popular amongst the Koreans. We haven't really seen that too much outside of Korea, so we'll see how Mina VK will approach this. I imagine a Twilight Council more than anything, just to be safe. Just to be safe. Speaking of the players, of course, I glossed over it. Control, he's back! Courageously Control back once again. Oh, as I forget predictions are due. I mean, they closed by now, but they were open. Before I forget, Control, of course, he was an up-and-coming pro player. He did step away and did retire for some time. He went to the military, of course, has concluded his military service and came back, I want to say this year, like at the start of the year. Control did return, and since then did join Offside Esports, but Control hasn't been focusing too much on his competitive play, but I believe has been streaming a little bit. Has been casting a little bit as well. Recently he did host a Team League show match sort of event in SC Evo, in the SC StarCraft 2 and Brood War kind of a hybrid mod that's in the game. Did host a show match, and yeah, Control has been, of course, dabbling in StarCraft in other ways, which is why I'm excited to see him actually playing, because we have not seen Control compete in a long time. It's been a couple of months. Since he did last compete, so how does he compare to a player like Mindle VK, who's been a little more active and a little more consistent? That's the question. Meanwhile, I spoke about the lack of Robo Openers outside of Korea. That's a Robo Opener. Okay, Papi, okay. Robo Opener out of Mindle VK, going for an Immortal first. Very safe play here from our Protoss player. It's going to be Robo into Safety Immortal. This can lead into a Bay into Colossus production. So again, just really safe play here. Does keep you safe against bio-heavy compositions. We can see, though, it's a 1-1-1 into Banshee. This has been a trendy build amongst the Korean Terran players. Banshee tank pushes have been very trendy amongst players like Byeon, amongst players like Maru as well. Just very aggressive play overall. And the way this works is you can, as you go for your tank push, you can harass with your Banshees. Likewise, you can rotate and your Banshees can reinforce your main army as well. These Banshees can do a devastating amount of damage. They can do a surprising amount as well. as they haven't been meta for a long time until recently. I say recently, the past couple of months, past I would say 4 months, post-IM. Post-IM Katowice, this build has been popping up quite frequently amongst not just Korean Terrans, amongst the European Terrans as well. Reaper is moving out. Back at home, we spoke about it, and the Bay is already done. We spoke about with a Robo Opener, it leads into a very fast Bay, into fast Colossus. Again, very safe play. The downside of this build for Middle VK is our lack of map control. There's no like Blink Stalkers threatening the main base, there's no Phoenixes threatening the mineral lines, like there's no counter oppression, there's no presence on the map, so Control can be greedy. He can recognize this and be greedy as a response. Banshee does zip into the main, does fully scout the tech of choice, and the Bay, of course. We are aware of the Colossus, and we don't get much done. Shield battery's in position, and we have detection! Yeah, we have detection. The Banshee is going to be zoned away, and it will barely escape. Will be locked down in the corner of the map. So Control will keep that Banshee alive. Can try to dip in, but is one shot away from going down, so unlikely to really find any more damage. Back at home, here comes that tank push. We spoke about it. Typically, we'd like these to hit at the same time, where the Banshee's harassing and the army moves out, and we can try to go for a 1-2 punch. But the Banshee is kind of locked down, and it's going to be difficult to really find more damage. But here comes another Banshee towards the natural. And this time, we get some probe kills. We get 2 probe kills so far. 2 probes, almost a 3rd worker as well. Again, we're keeping Middle VK distracted, and we're sneaking up on the 3rd base. The 3rd base looking very exposed, very vulnerable. The tanks are sieging up, and we are within range. Their volley's going to be going up. We are within range of the Nexus, but can we save it? Can we hold on? We have the overcharge. Overcharge is pumped just in time, and Shield Battery does finish up just in time as well. We clean up the bio, we clean up the tanks, and Middle VK will hold. He shuts this down again. His shield battery was ready just in time. Thankfully, had the wherewithal to throw it down, and with it, we completely shut down the push. At the same time, Banshee still active here, still threatening the main base, but again, can't really find too much more. And Middle VK is in a pretty good position. We're in a good position here, looking at the battle report. That was 2 tanks, the Banshee, 14 Marines. For what? 2 Zealots. 2 Zealots and a Sentry. Barely a trade. Middle VK looking strong here, fully saturated 3 bases. Meanwhile, Control, taking his 3rd on location, has some catching up to do. We have some catching up to do here. We're trying to get our economy up and running. We're moving out with another double drop, and we need to find damage. We need to pop off. Hello, Mr. Tuna. Hello. Dong1 himself. Here we go, as Control is moving out again. There's a lot of pressure on the Korean Terran to find some damage. Middle VK, meanwhile, all we have to do is defend, deflect, and survive and just maintain our lead. 4th base is going to be denied as the probe does move over. Widowmine's in position, and the 4th base is going to be delayed at the same time, dropping over towards the main base. The main army is distracted by the Widowmine. Widowmine is cleaned up, and Control doesn't commit. But he's poised. He's ready to dive back in and go for another drop and deny the base for a 2nd time. Meanwhile, reinforcements being sent towards the left-hand side. Banshee does dip in, getting... Oh, not quite a probe. Is finally going to be going down. That's the final Banshee gone here at this point. Has been cleaned up. And now we're settling in. We're settling in. The Control still being active, looking for more damage. Does go for a dive into the natural. No medevac. He will pick up the shield battery. Shield battery goes down. We can't get much more than that. We're going for the Colossus, but we have a 2nd shield battery behind this at the same time. Ooh, that is going to be a cancel on the Nexus. Control does cancel. Is containing his opponent to 3 bases, and he's taking his own 3rd. And I would say at this point, Control has a better economy. Middle VK has had a better economy for longer, but now Control is able to keep up and surpass that with mules. Again, this 4th base is insanely late. A very late 4th base here for Middle VK. Control moving out towards the left-hand side. Meanwhile, so is Middle VK. We have 3 Colossus. That's a hefty... Remember, because of the Robo Opener, the Colossus count is actually looking very healthy. Very strong, very early on. Before we move out, double drop towards the natural. We catch reinforcements. Widowmine's Marauder is going to be going down, but we do end up dropping. Oh, we have the Disruptor. Never goes up. Up. And the Nova does connect. Good connection here from middle at the same time. Double drop on the right hand side. Middle VK out of position. He defends the natural, but still loses 7 probes. He does force the pick up. So far, Middle VK is keeping up. Blink not quite done, so catching the medevacs is easier said than done. So dropping back towards the 3rd. Yeah, non-stop aggression here from Control. He's trying to pull MinoVK apart. He's trying to deny this fourth base for a third time. We're getting there. Yeah, we have a tri-pronged attack, 3 drops, but there's not really much with these drops. There's a handful of units here and there, and we're defending. Yeah, we're shutting this down. Medevac will survive. Medevac's get the hell out of there, but that we lost so many Marines, so many Marauders. Looking at the trade, 8 Marauders, 13 Marines. A big loss here for Control. And MinoVK, basically, he's been playing this game of defend, right? The entire game so far, I mean, because of the opener as well, MinoVK has been fortifying himself, he's been defending, and he's been building up a death ball of an army. 3 Colossus, Disruptors are on the way as well. That Robo putting in a lot of work, 4th base now getting up and running. And as Control is struggling to get damage done, eventually, MinoVK will move out. Eventually, this army is going to move out across the map, and Control's going to be in a lot of trouble when that happens. We still need more damage doing for the Robo, and he will get it. The Robo is going to go down. Not a bad pick up here for Control. At the same time, going for a split push, pushing on the right-hand side. Gets the shield battery, takes down the pylon, going for the Nexus. Can we actually snipe the base? Up, never goes up. Ooh, takes down 1 Marauder. The base is getting very low. No shield battery, no overcharge. And with 1 more shot, it does go down. Massive pick up. Once again, we take down the 4th. We canceled it twice and once killed. Oh my god. And this is good damage back at home. Our own 4th base is on the way. Control is getting up into ghost productions, refining his army. But have we poked the bear? I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for when MinoVK moves out across the map. When he's had enough. When that moment is typically when we max out. Here we go. Here comes that move out. MinoVK at 190 supply. Runs into the main army. Massive swipes going off. We catch out the Winter Mines. We catch out a ghost. 1 ghost goes down. At the same time, Control he commits. While we're waiting. 4 medevac goes down. We get 1. Oh, we're going to get 2 or 3 medevacs do fall. We do defend at the same time. Drop it to the main base. But again, it's only a single drop. And we can keep pushing. We have Disruptors. But MinoVK turns back around. He's respecting this drop quite a bit here. But alas, I do think we would have had enough to break through. Especially with those Disruptors. And the final medevacs are being cleaned up, and now we can focus. Now we can focus on the move outs. We can focus on the push. MinoVK looking to snowball out of control. What is the army looking like? Okay, we have 3 Colossus, 3 Disruptors, 3 Archons, 3 of everything. I mean, we've got a lot of gateway units as well to support. We have the Prism to reinforce. And Control is still trying to build up. Once again, getting caught out. We do trade well with the Stalkers. A lot of Stalkers do get picked up. Nova takes down the Zealot. No major connection on the Bio Army yet. But Control is caught out, and can he escape is the question. Can Control get out of here? We're bleeding out Marauders, bleeding out Ghosts. These are expensive losses. And the Nova! The flanking Nova! Massive connection. Oh my god. Yeah, we catch out the army. Medevac goes down as well. And MinoVK, he's done defending. Now it's time to be on the offense. The army coming in from behind. The Colossus are exposed. We're getting 1 Colossus. We're getting 1. We're getting 2 as well. Very nice positioning here. Again, MinoVK caught out. But he does kill the base, and he will still outtrade his opponent. That was the best fight that Control could have hoped for. But it's still too much Protoss. It's still too much Protoss here. 19 SCVs go down. And MinoVK is pushing up towards the natural. Control, he barely has an army left. He has 1 Ghost. He has 5 Marauders. A handful of Marines. EMP does connect. But here come the reinforcements. Again, we had the Warp Prism. We can warp in the face here of Control. And MinoVK is breaking through. Nova's still yet to go. If we just dive on the main army, the aggressive blinks are real. And GG gets called. MinoVK will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. MinoVK will take a lead here in the series. Again, just really defensive play out of MinoVK, and it played out well just because how aggressive Control was being. I was talking earlier when it came to I was referring earlier when it came to Control's opener and his build, specifically actually MinoVK's opener and MinoVK's build. I was talking about how because he was so defensive, if Control were able to identify this, we can be greedy. Like as a response to how MinoVK is playing, we could have been taking a faster third base and taking up a little bit quicker as well and being greedy in that way, just because of how many Colossus and Immortals and just early game defense the Protoss player would have. Honestly, MinoVK, he wants his opponents to play aggressively when you're opening up Robo like that, otherwise you're setting yourself behind. And Control, he was aggressive, alas, and everything kind of lined up in favor of MinoVK. He was able to weather the storm. He was able to maintain himself. Sure, the fourth base was going down time and time again, but we didn't need a fourth. we don't need a fourth base. We just need to max out, and we got there. We did get there. Now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Side Delta, we have our red Protoss player representing Psy Storm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is MinoVK. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Offside Esports. It is Control. Home Story Cup is now 1 month ago. Time is running true. Time, it flies by, Poppy, it flies by. EWC is sneaking up on us. And whatever does come next. We're more than halfway through the year. That's crazy. It feels like it was just January, Poppy. What is time? What is 2024? Regardless, solid game there by MinoVK. We'll keep an eye on the openers. We'll see if we open up once again with a Robo or if we go for another tech structure. Likewise, double gas. Once again, double gas opener here out of Control. Double gas into a faster factory. This, just because the double gas opener doesn't mean we have to go for the same build. Winding it back a little bit. Remember, it was a tank push alongside Cloak Banshees in game 1. We'll see what Control embraces here in game 2. We will see. As the probe does dip in, getting a scout, does get eyes on both gases, and it will pull back. Again, seeing both gases confirms the factory, and we just confirm even further, getting eyes on the factory itself. Ooh, and we do lock the probe in. The curiosity is going to be killing this probe. Typically, we try to recall, but the SCV is on the hunt, and can we recall in time? Oh, we can! Oh my god. We do save the worker in the end. Nicely done by MinoVK. Does escape, does make it back home. And we'll keep an eye on him. What do we go for? Twilight Council, Robo, or Stargate? What do you got? Here we go. As the Reaper is going to dip into the main base. Does dip in. Trying to get a full scout of what's going on. MinoVK does expand, yet to throw down any tech, and MinoVK may wait until the Reaper is shut down before really embracing anything. As Reaper is cleaned up, and what do you have for us? There it is! Once again, Robo Opener. Now this Robo is a little bit late. We had the money for it earlier, but I mentioned before that we were waiting for the Reaper to be shut down, and then we can embrace that Robo. So once again, a very safe opener. This leads into an early Immortal, into early Colossus, into a pretty well fortified 3-base setup. Meanwhile, Controller, what do you have for us? We're getting into our 1-1-1. This time, no early add-ons. This time, there's no tech lab for an add-on swap into Banshee production. This time, it's going to be Widowmine into a Medevac. It looks like it's going to be some early game drop play. Okay. Here we go. Meanwhile, the Adept just going to be shading in, trying to get a read of what's going on. I appreciate the Controller is taking a different approach here and going for a Mind Drop instead. Is less committed, and winding it back a little bit. If you remember, the initial Banshee opener wasn't really worth it. The Banshees, they killed like 2 probes, like 2 workers at most, if that. There just wasn't really a lot of economic damage done. So Control, he's respecting the defensive prowess here of Middle VK, and he's going for a different approach, going for initial mine drop. Now this mine drop, it isn't really designed to get worker damage. Like, it's nice if it does, and it can really pay for itself and pop off if it gets a mineral line or something like that. But really it's just designed to get scouting information, to get across the map, to get a read on what the tech is and figure out what the Protoss is up to. That's usually what this is used for. And speaking of, we're rallied in. We're rallied in. Upon scouting the Immortal, that will tell us it was a robo opener, so we now confirm. Once again, it is a robo. We boost in, we confirm the robo itself. We do drop into the main base, denying some mining time, getting one probe kill. Oh my god. Going for the unburrow. Repositioning, delaying even more mining time, and we get one probe. Likewise, we should be getting... Oh no! As we stack up the workers and we get 9 probe kills in the natural. That was not supposed to happen. Ay. We get 1 in the main, we get 8 here at the natural, and suddenly Control, he's looking good. He's in a good position. If you saw there, Minovike did pull away, but alas, he reacted a little bit too late, and did pull away a little bit too, didn't split well enough here against that initial Widowmine drop. And Minovike is moving out across the map. Is moving out, Liberator towards the natural. Army across the map. What do we have in the main base? Sorry, in the natural, we have 2 tanks. We have a tank in the main, tank in the natural. We have plenty of bio. We have medevacs. And we are denying so much mining time, essentially stuck on 1 base economy. And Mindle, we have to break through. Can we get on top of the tank? We can! Tank looking exposed. Poison being pulled. The tank is going to go down, but it's going to cost us the Immortal. Yeah, we trade a tank for an Immortal. As I spoke too soon. The Immortal is so low. 1 HP. No shot. Chase it down, Pappy. It should not live. It should not be like, there we go. We drop over the army. The Immortal does fall. We're hunting down the Stalker as well. And the question becomes, was that worth it? I don't think so. I feel like this 1 Immortal here from Middle VK is worth more than the tank for Control, as it's only the 1 Immortal. We don't really have an army to speak of. 3rd base is on the way. We only have 2 gateways to work with as well. Working towards a Colossus, but again, this is the army. 2 Stalkers and a Sentry. We are vulnerable. Middle VK is vulnerable here to a push, and Control is getting ready for that push. We go. As we are going to be moving out our drop. Likewise, Control getting his 3rd on location. He is getting his 3rd CC. Moving out across the map. Making his way towards the 3rd base of Mindle. He is moving out towards the 3rd base. Shield battery is not quite done. We do have the Colossus. Colossus is in position. We're going to be able to fend off the army for now. We do have a force field. Oh, Sentry goes down. The Colossus. No, the Colossus goes down. The shield battery is not done. The shield battery is not done. Not in time. Not this time here for Mindle VK. And now we are breaking through. Mindle, he's in a lot of trouble. He's in so much trouble at this point. Going for a slow warp in. The tanks are a little bit too far back, so we cannot threaten the base itself. But we can just slowly push it forward. Remember, Blink is not done, but here comes a 2nd Colossus. We hold. Mindle VK, that was a tight hold here for him, but he will hold on nonetheless. In the main base, we're getting everything back up and running. Control going to be pulling back as well. Does pull back. He preserves the tanks, reinforces, consolidates his army. 3rd CC up and running as well. Control does have the better economy currently here against Mindle VK. Mindle, he's still trying to build up, still struggling. Remaking all those workers. The army is spotted by the pylon. Mindle VK is aware. And we can rotate over. We can try to keep up with the main army. Drop into the main. Tanks do siege. And remember, there is no blink. Ooh, but the medevac is targeted. Medevac goes down, Control stimming on forward, focusing down a lot of Stalkers. We get 3 Stalkers go down. Ooh, a 4th Stalker as well. Meanwhile, the tanks are within range, and we're going for the cyber core. We are getting damage done. We're not breaking the main army yet. The Colossus is still standing strong, but these are nice pickups nonetheless. We just need high ground vision. There we go. Just need that high ground vision. Do bring down that cyber core. Only Zealots can be morphed in, but Charge is about to finish. Charge is finishing up, and you can see Middlevik getting ready to collapse on this position. There we dive on the main army, but that's not a lot of Zealots. With Stalkers on the high ground, with Zealots on the ground, we will clean this up. The Colossus stands strong, and the army gets shut down. Whew. Nice defense here from Middlevik, brings it all together. At the same time, Liberator harassing here towards the third base. Control still pushing in. Still rallying, getting a 4 CC behind. Control diving into the main. We have Stalkers, no! We are in position. Control us to calm down, but calm down. So Liberator has harassed us, continue. And yeah, Control, you cannot maintain this. We have to back off. You have to respect the main army. Control does pull away. Does pull away, trying to rally and trying to catch out any stray units. Colossus does survive. We're up to 4 Colossus. Aye. That's a lot of Colossus. That's a lot of lasers back. It's a lot of lasers. This Middlevik does rotate. Ooh, once again, though, 2 more probes go down. This Liberator going ham. Gets 2 probes, gets a Stalker. Not bad. And Control, you can see he's trying to drop into the main base. He's trying to catch the army in mid-rotation. Trying to pull apart the opponent, but oh, the full medevac goes down. 2 full medevacs. Oh my god. Control does overextend. 2 full medevacs do fall, and with that, Middlevik can now focus on that main army, can focus on the main push. His attention is not going to be split apart. Now, Control still has that supply lead, still has quite an army to work with, still has the better economy with the 4th base. Still no 4th Nexus here from Middlevik. It's so late. It's such a late expansion here for the Protoss. And can we get back into it? Rotating over. Okay, Control's calming down. He's calming things down. He's backing up. It's one of those things where Middlevik's been trading well with his army. The problem is, because of his lower economy, though, he hasn't been able to build up like the ideal composition he's been really working towards. So he doesn't really have much pushing power. Trading efficiently, but still lacking that economy. 4th base is on the way. Control is getting ready to move out. He's now got Vikings in the mix, Ghosts as well. On the flip side, even though Control's been losing a lot of units, he can sustain those losses, he can rebuild, he can keep up, and he is. So run back, catching reinforcements, going for the Ghost. Oh, do we get one? We get a Ghost. Worth it. Very nice run by here from Mindle. Takes down a Ghost, catch some reinforcements. Ooh, Control's looking with the Prism, and he will find it! The Prism is found. The Prism does go down. So yeah, pushing on forward. Knocking down those rocks, making our way towards the 3rd base here of Mindle. We do catch a Viking. 2 Vikings even. Not bad. 2 Vikings go down. The Control is maxed out. Is maxed out at this point. Stellar run by is going to catch some reinforcements and some SCVs. Not bad, but here comes the main fight. Oh. So you just pull the trigger. We have 6 Vikings. 11 SCVs go down across the map. Even more than that. Show CMPs, nice CMPs. Oh my god, the Archons, they evaporate so quick. The Disruptor as well. Massive EMPs. Control collapsing on the main army. He has broken the 4th base location, and Middlevik just cannot touch this. Not anymore. I say that, the Colossus, yeah, they're getting down. They're going down. Colossus are falling. We're down to 2. 2 Colossus left. No real buffer for the Colossus either. There he goes up. Up! Takes down a Ghost. It's so close. We need another wave of Zealots. But last we have broken the base nonetheless. That's all we needed. We knocked down the 4th base. Control can just remax, can rebuild from here. Has a decent economy. Did lose a lot of SCVs, actually. A lot of SCVs did just go down. Checking here, 18 workers were killed. And can Middle VK weather the storm? Can he build himself back up? Ooh, DTs are scouted. And massive scan. Catches the Dark Templar. Nervous going up. Up! We had an okay split. Ooh, not so much there. We catch the Ghost. Ghost counts reset. 0 Ghosts with the main army. We don't care. We dive on the Disruptors. 2 Disruptors go down. And we're getting so many probes. 26 probes. That one lib going crazy. That's 15 probe kills on one lib. The freedom is here. The freedom has arrived. That Liberator is popping up. And the economy here of Middle VK is in shambles. Again, Control can rebuild. Control can remax. Middle VK cannot. And we have to end the game with this move out, with this push. DT spreading out. Catching reinforcements. The mineral lines as well. Not bad. Being quite a nuisance here. Nova's going up. Ooh, we do connect. Massive connection on the Marauders. A lot of Marauders go down, but we have chased down those Colossus. We get 1. There's 1 left. 1 remaining. SCVs are going down. Those DTs, they are crippling the economy here of Control. But what about the main army? The final Colossus falls. And what do we have left? We need Zealots. We need Charge Lots desperately. Overcharge is popped. We pop the Overcharge. Zealots, they overextend. Stalker's a little bit too far back. And we do have a DT in the mix. Do we have a scan? If no scan, we can hold. We're holding. We force the pickup. We save the base. We catch a medevac as well. We catch more reinforcements. Meanwhile, across the map, DTs, they get a kill on the CC. 51 SCV is going to be going down. Middle VK, the Invisible Man. Oh my god. The Invisible Man is just becoming too much here. 51 SCV kills. We're down to 18. We did have an EMP, thankfully. Did have an EMP. We do have a scan as well. There we go. Scan on that DT. It's a planetary towards the north. We have 2 orbitals. 2 orbitals, 0 scans. And honestly, we can just keep warping in DTs. Like, 1 at a time. Just send them in. Speaking of, it's being sent in. And we don't have a scan. No scan available. Trade, papi. Trade. There we go. 1 Marauder goes down. And we can just pick up a Marauder at a time. That's all we need. Oh, as we do rally out, catching a Ghost. Yeah, and there's nothing we can do. There's just nothing left here. 1 base economy for Control. He's getting picked apart by the Invisible Man. Oh my god, we force a lift. That's 1 more orbital. They can't scan. We're down to 1. We're down to 1 until we land that CC, but if we land, it dies. Whacking does fall. We have 1 scan available. DTs, they spread out. That CC is on fire. Uh-oh. It's on fire. It's burning as we speak. We need to repair, papi. We need to... No! It's gonna burn down! The orbital falls. 1 orbital left. We have a scan. The orbital's on fire, by the way. And the final orbital goes down as well. 0 scans left. How do we deal with these DTs? We don't. Do we have a Ghost? The answer is we have 1. We have 1. We have a Raven. Raven does pop out. Oh, Raven. It's OP, papi. We don't need scans. Not anymore. Now, the problem is, as we're finally cleaning up all these Dark Templar, we're on 1 base economy, and Middle VK back at home is re-expanding, taking the 4th, still happily mining on his 3rd. Natural. We're running out of money, to be fair. We are running out of money in places. We are running out of resources, but this is the army. Oh my god. We have 4 Archons and 2 Colossus. GG gets called, and Middle VK will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Oh, that was intense, Pappy. GG, well played. Congratulations. Minuvk will take it. We'll advance on, and oh, that is not the correct out of game race. So there we go. We'll take it. We'll advance on into the next invisible into good. Control just messaged me. He said, thanks for casting Dark Templar Imba. True. Unironically, if it wasn't for the DTs, Control would have had the game. Like, Control, he was looking so good. He had the economic lead. He was popping off. But DTs were harassing across the map. They crippled the economy. And then they allowed the army to just be whittled away at. We could not rebuild, could not remax. The army itself was struggling again, also against the DTs. And that was crazy. That was a crazy game. Crazy back and forth. GG. And let's figure out where we are headed next. Where are we headed, Patty? Where are we going? Where are we going? As we have some updates. We do have some updates in the chat. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat. If you guys wish to have a look at the back yourselves, let's head on over, hop on over, and figure out where we are. Okay. From the top, we have Captain Fish. Captain Fish takes down Bolkachin 2-0, advancing on to face off against Geralt in the next round. We have Oriana versus Azura, a TVP. Oriana, of course, Chinese Terran. Azura, the Italian Protoss. Best of luck. Likewise, we have a PVT going on between Geralt and Captain Fish, I believe. I believe Captain Fish is Terran, maybe a Zerg player. Can't quite recall. Scrolling down, we have some walkovers. Unfortunately, we have Shorf getting the walkover over Iosop. Likewise, Ordinary gets the walkover over his opponent, and Ordinary is up against Praetor in the next round. As a reminder, Ordinary is Chance, the Korean Protoss. Is the Korean Protoss player Chance? Just as a heads up. So is currently facing off against Praetor. Iba, there was a walkover there. Meanwhile, we have Oriana taking down Azura 2-1. Oriana does advance on to the quarterfinals. Ooh, that went all the way to the ace match. Must have been a banger of a series as well. I mean, I'm pretty happy and content with our series. It was beautiful as well. A lot of chaos. A lot of chaos was ensuing. But Oriana does take down Azura. Scrolling down, Rebellion takes down Eon 2-0. Does go the way in favor of Rebellion. Rebellion, of course, a Korean Protoss player as well. We have some nice Korean representation. We have Ordinary, we have Control, we have Rebellion. Control did go down, but really cool to see. We have Art versus Debath, currently mid-series. Scrolling down, we have Minuvk, of course, advancing on over Control. We have Bolin versus Blue Knight still ongoing, and the winner goes up against Nicorette. So we have some updates, and we have some time to ourselves here. What do we want to cast next is the question. Where do we want to go? There's a really good PvP with Art and Rebellion. They are going to be... I mean, I imagine they're going to be facing off. Not too familiar with Debath. Not too familiar with Debath. Potential Geralt versus Oriana. Looks like a lot of fun. Another PvT. I just realized, as I'm looking at this bracket, no Zergs. Smudge. I mean, that's online tournaments for you. Very little Zerg representation in these online events, and we're missing some of our regulars. We are missing Wayne. We are missing Nikic. Iba is a Protoss player nowadays, but also wasn't available. And none of our C players like Demi or Gogo Joey or Mio Micah, they're all more or less inactive nowadays. So we don't have any C Zerg representation. Silky doesn't play in these events, and yeah, with that, oh, we actually have an update coming in. Okay, interesting. We have another update, and it looks like Debath takes down Art. No, wait, who is Debath? Am I crazy? Is this someone I should know? Hold on. For Art to go down, that is impressive. That's a wild result. Like, Art is no slouch. Let's see. Debath was playing in Alpha Team League. Is he on Hokago T team? Looks like it. Let's see. Yes. Okay. Debath is a Protoss player on Hokago T team. Interesting. And he takes down Art. That's actually really big. That's really impressive. Damn. Not something I was really expecting there, but okay. There you go. There you go. So Debath does Debath or Debath? I will figure it out. Does take down his opponent. Does take him down. So PvP, I guess. Yeah. We'll jump on the PvPs. We will jump on the Protoss versus Protoss. If I can catch them. Okay, I guess for now we're going to be going on a short break, but based on the current results and the current standings, and yeah, it's just purely Protoss and Darren, I guess we should be focusing on one of our quarterfinals matches, just because we have to wait anyway. Debath versus Rebellion is about to begin, so as they conduct their vetoes, we're going to be going on a short break. Short break here on the CranKy Ducklings. When we come back, we'll have the quarterfinals. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We have our second match of the night. We're here in the quarterfinals and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing New Angels. It is Rebellion. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player embracing the evil inside him. Let's go. We have the Red Protoss currently teamless. Let me just quickly set up their in-game names. Bam. It is Debath. Debath. Let's go. We are going to be embracing this PvP, and we have a cannon rush on the way. Let's go. I was curious as to how. Okay, couple of things coming into this. Debath was here a couple of weeks ago, and he did take a map off of Nightmare, but we didn't cast it. We did not cast Debath versus Nightmare. I don't know how he took a game. Now I understand. This tournament, he took down one of the favorite players. He took down Art 2-0. Art, the Polish Protoss player. Art was one of the favorites to make a deep run, and Art is no longer here because of the cannon rush. Pylons have been thrown down as we speak. Cannons are going to be on the way, and Debath, he is here to cannon rush some pro players out of the tournament. Took a map of Nightmare, took down Art 2-0, and the cannons are on the way. But a big reaction, boys have been pulled. The cannon is going to be targeted down. That's a kill, not a cancel. Oh no, that's a kill on the cannon. One probe goes out, two probes go down, one probe left. Cannons are on the way, but last week the full surround. Zelda's popping out, and Rebellion holds. Rebellion will shut this down completely. GG gets called, and Rebellion takes game number 1. I was not ready for this. GG, well played. Rebellion, he does what Art and what Nightmare struggled to do. Rebellion defends and survives the cannon rush. For now. GG, well played. Oh my god. I was not quite ready for this. Not quite ready. But I'm happy to embrace it here. As we are jumping in. Jumping into game number 2. Looks like game number 2 might be on Golden Aura. We are just setting up. Just setting up the lobby and setting up our second match. So basically what I'm finding is that, oh, it's another one. it's you know, we have players like Turkey Dano, we have players like Greth, we have players like Greth, the Ukrainian Protoss player, we have Boanan. Basically, there are players out there, there are GMs out there that are known for only cannon rushing, and that might be the case here with Debath. Might be the case. Where cannon rushing is all they know, is all they are, is all they believe. That. Sorry, we're just having some lobby issues. We're good. We are good. Okay, looks like game 2 is going to be on Golden Aura. We're getting ready. And the question becomes, do we cannon rush again? Do we cannon rush for a second time? I'm here for it. I am here for it. Why is still asleep? I'm awake, Papi. I'm awake. Wait. Thank you as well for pointing out that the title was incorrect. It was like KSL. I have since fixed it. Title should be correct moving forward. And as a reminder, the winner of this series will advance on to the semifinals. Chance/Ordinary is already in those semis. Soon to be joined by one of these two players in the lower semifinals. The bracket is getting underway, and we're jumping in to game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Team New Angels. It is Rebellion. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Protoss player himself. He is pure evil, Pappy, but we love him for it. The cannon rusher himself, it is Debath. Debath? Debath A? Debath for now. Show us the forge. You know you want it. Up, 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 up. Ah, it's a gateway. No. Okay, it's gonna be what looks to be a much more standard start to the game, but after what just happened in game 1, I do not expect a standard game here out of our red Protoss player. We'll keep an eye on him. We'll see what we do get up to, if we do embrace a proxy and move out on the map. But now we do see Rebellion is going to be checking with a second probe as well. A little bit paranoid. I don't blame Rebellion. Checking for a proxy. Moving out across the map, it is going to be a 2-gate opener out of Debath. And Rebellion likewise going for a 2-gate opener as well. Okay, 2-gate openers all around. Here we go. Is going to be our initial 2-gate opener. Cybercore is on the way. Our second pylon has been thrown down as well, and of course Rebellion does confirm the second pylon, so we are fully aware that it's going to be a standard opener. There is no proxy. Likewise, Debath also scouts across the map, also confirms the second pylon, and we are fully aware that it is going to be a standard game. No one is proxying, not yet. And both players do confirm. Meanwhile, Stalker Sentry opener out of Debath. Likewise, going to be a greedy opener out of Rebellion, going for a single sentry. What I mean by that, this Zeld is going to be cancelled. Usually, you only make the Zeld here to make it look like you're making a second unit. Then you cancel the Zealots, and then you go for a much faster expansion. It's typically how you would approach this. Yep, there we go. There's a cancel on the Zealots, and now there is the Nexus. So very greedy build here by Rebellion, basically going for a single unit opener, 1 sentry into expand. Meanwhile, Debath is going Sentry Stalker into a later expansion. Only by a couple of seconds. Again, Rebellion being slightly faster here on the draw. Soon hallucinations will be sent out, and we'll see kind of what tech our players will be working with. Rebellion opting to go for a Robo opener. Meanwhile, Debath still yet to commit to any tech, Robo, Twilight Council, or otherwise. At this point, it shouldn't be a Stargate. There it is. Twilight Council is on the way. Now, the positioning of this Twilight Council is interesting. I was going to say we could try to go for a hidden Dark Shrine as well, but with these hallucination scouts, we're going to confirm the Robo start for Rebellion. We already have the Robo, we're going to have detection. Going for a Dark Shrine here wouldn't make as much sense. Both players confirm. Rebellion gets eyes on the Twilight Council. I'm sure because of the cannon rush in game 1, Rebellion, I'm sure in the back mind is going to be thinking, or in the back of his mind, he's going to be thinking of DTs or of cheese, of aggression. Going Immortal first. Okay. He's going to be opening up Immortal. From here, Rebellion is going to be building up sentries, stalkers, Immortal production as well. Third gateway's on the way. And meanwhile, Debath is embracing Blink Stalkers. Okay. Everything's looking as it should for the time being. The third gateway is a bit of a sign of aggression from both players. The fact that we are embracing a third gate instead of teching up and going for a forge, going for a third base. That counts a follow-up here out of Rebellion. Hallucination scouts continue. Making sure that everything's as it should be. Ooh, the hallucination is going to be denied. But Rebellion is moving out. And there's a timing. Basically, Blink isn't done. And because Blink isn't done, Force Fields will slice up the army, will lock it in place, and we can take advantage of this small window of opportunity of this timing. The army is spotted! The army is spotted. Rebellion moving in. Blink is still on the horizon. It's about to finish up. Still a couple of seconds away. Up! And we don't quite commit yet. Force Fields do catch a Stalker. Yeah, one Stalker goes down. Another big warp in. A Blink is now done for Debath. We're shading past the army, though. We're shading into the main. Here we go. 2 adepts. They shade into the main base. They can one-shot probes. They get 1. They get 2. They're going to get 3. Can we get 4? Oh, not quite. 3 probe kills. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay amount of damage. From here, Rebellion, he will pull away, and we're following this up with... Ooh, that is a gateway explosion. These 3 gates could have been a 3rd base, but no, we throw down 3 more gateways. That's going to be 6 gates in total. Sorry, that's going to be 7 gates in total. Glaives, Immortals. We're getting ready here for a massive timing with massive Immortal Glaive Adepts. It's going to be an all-in. We can still take a 3rd base with this. We can still take a 3rd, but still very committed nonetheless out of Rebellion. And Debath, likewise, is embracing a more blink-heavy composition. Forged on the way for +1 to just refine his Stalkers to make them even better. We are moving out. That does move out. Poking, prodding, he checks for the 3rd. He confirms there is no 3rd Nexus, not yet. Debath is taking his own. And Rebellion is 2 base all in. Essentially, with this, we are 2 base all in. We're moving out across the map. Once again, we confirm the lack of 3rd. We're going to try to catch reinforcements. Rebellion is moving out. And Debath moves in. And we can catch some adepts. We can even go for the economy. Overcharges popped. Shield are going to be targeted down. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have a good Stalker count. +1 is only halfway done. But the Force Fields. Force Fields are looking good. We do hold the line. Debath recalling back home. Shield batteries are finishing. We have 4 shield batteries here at the natural. That's a lot of shield batteries. 4, soon to be 6. Army does rotate. The concave is solid here for the red Protoss. Overcharge, oh, is a bit premature. That's what I will say. Bit of a premature overcharge that won't come into play. Not in the main fight. Do we commit? Yeah, we do commit to the shape. We focus on the sentries. The Prism is here to juggle over the wall. The Immortals a little bit too far back. The Immortals are not helping. They're focusing on the Nexus. The Prism goes down, and Debath, he should be able to defend. It's going to be close to the Immortals, and now getting a lot more damage done. That's 4 Immortals. That's a lot of Immortals. And we will knock down the base. 3rd base is so close to falling. 3rd base isn't going to crumble. And then we recall the hell out of here at the same time. Oh my god. Adepts into the natural. Debath is contained, but +1 is now done. +1 is done for the red Protoss, and Rebellion has maintained that Immortal count. That is 5 Immortals now for Rebellion. That's a lot of Immortals. 5 Immortals, and now we can expand. Now we can take the Nexus. True. I was about to say, the question is, do we expand or do we just double down? And we're doubling down. We're doubling down, Poppy. Send it. All right, what do we have? We have 5 Immortals. 5 Immortals, 18 Adepts. As many Adepts as there are Stalkers. Of course, Adepts don't trade well against Stalkers, but it's not about that. It's about the Immortals doing damage. Now, when it comes to the engagement, we need to make sure that the Immortals are actually within range and can actually contribute to the fight. If not, then Debath can hold. That's the thing right now, is that the Immortals, they have to be within range. They have to actually close the distance here. Force fields are so deadly because of that, because they can zone the Immortals away. So they're pushing forward. Force fields, well, they do cut off those Immortals. As I say that, the Stalkers do blink forward though, and we shade away. I like this. We do shade back. Force fields are about to run out. Another big wave of reinforcements are on the way, and no more force fields. We're running out of force fields. Now the Immortals are breaking through. And again, that is 5 Immortals. The boys are being pulled, but they melt against the Glaive Adepts. Good juggling here out of Rebellion. Taking it slow. We have the 1 more force field. But it looks like Rebellion, he has enough. He's breaking through the front line. The Immortals doing so much of the back line here. They melt those Stalkers. Boys being pulled, but likewise, the Adepts, they make short work of the boys. GG gets called, and Rebellion will take the 2-0. GG. Bappy. GG, well played. Rebellion will take the series, will advance on to the semi-finals. My condolences here to Debath. But again, this is my first time casting them. I'm unfamiliar with them, but I'm excited to see more cannons into some more standard play. And even here in this game, we had some really nice force fields, some really nice unit control out of the Red Protoss. Unfortunately, we lost the third, and we weren't able to maintain our economic lead. And we weren't able to really do anything about the high immortal count of Rebellion. That was 5 immortals. That was insane. The amount of firepower there in that army. The Stalkers just could not really hold a candle to that mass immortal composition. GG. GG, well played. With that, Rebellion will advance on to the semifinals, and we have 2 semifinalists, but no semifinals match ready. Not yet. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat here to have a look at the brackets. Let's hop on over and figure out where we are. Here we go. Okay. Oh. We have Geralt versus Oriana that are, I think, about to begin. I'm in some DMs here. We'll see where we are. But Geralt versus... Oh, I have a choice. I have to make a choice, Pappy. Oh, what do we go for? What do we go for? Okay, we just got an update. Okay. So Geralt versus Oriana is about to begin. Nickrack versus Middle VK also about to begin as well. Is about to start. I mean, they're both going to be really good series. They're both going to be good series. I guess I'll stay here. Because Nickrack and Middle VK, they're going to be moving over to the European region. Geralt and Oriana are going to be here instead. So we'll cover Geralt versus Oriana. Looks like we have purely quarterfinals matches available here. So you can see Geralt versus Oriana in the upper quarterfinals. Winner goes up against Ordinary/Chance, Korean Protoss. Scrolling down, we have Nickrack versus Middle VK. Winner goes up against Rebellion. So we're working our way through the bracket right now. Working our way through. And as I just mentioned, we will focus on Geralt versus Oriana into Ordinary, followed by the lower semifinals. Both semifinals will be casted. Don't you worry. Will be casted. Just need a moment to set things up. Oriana, I believe, is still on Mystery Gaming. I will have to double check. Because I know there was like a splinter team that peeled off a little bit, but okay, yeah, still a mystery. There's another team called PCEC, and they have some players as well. So I was just making sure that we were good to go. But it looks like our players, they need a moment. Looks like our players need some time. So we're going to be going on a short break, I suppose. I guess. I guess a short break. And when we return, we will have our next series. Oh, no, never mind. No break. No breaks needed. We are jumping into our PBT. I do need a moment to set up their alias. Okay, you can hear the beast. We're jumping into our series, into our final quarterfinals match here on the channel, as we're going to be following this into the semifinals. Let's go. Middle versus Nico is my... I mean, it's a good series. Like, it's all... it's all good, Pappy. It's all good. It's hard to pick. Hard to pick and choose. But here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner. Oh. In the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. One of the favorites for the entire tournament, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Chinese Terran player, the blue Terran representing Mystery Gaming. It is Oriana. Just have to work on that alias. God damn it. Hold on. Oriana. Beautiful. Here we go. And it's been a while. It's been a while since I've casted Oriana. He was a regular, especially last year in 2023. But here in 2024, Oriana has taken a step back, hasn't been as competitive, hasn't been as active on the online tournament scene. For those that are curious, Oriana, I believe, had a lot of potential as a player. He was improving a lot last year, but again, did kind of step away. He took a break, now he's back, and now I'm curious as to what his form is. Oriana was kind of one of the rising talents in the Chinese scene, but was overshadowed by players like Firefly and Jeshi and Lancer, and I mean, again, there's a lot of Chinese players that have been rising up, and Oriana was kind of in the middle of the pack, I should say. In the middle of the pack. But now, economic opener. Let's go! It's going to be an economic opener. Of course, predictions are open as well. So we settle on in. But it is going to be a single gas opener here, so it's going to be racks into a CC on the low ground. The Geralt will delay the expansion, will tase away at that SCV. Will be a nuisance. SCV is low, but the Reaper has arrived, and Geralt, his goal here is to hide from that Reaper. We'll dip away, we'll stay hidden. We'll initially stay hidden, but the Reaper was lying in wait. The probe is going to be shut down, and we do not get a follow-up scout. Checking the vision here of Geralt, we don't get eyes on the follow-up. It is going to be a factory, but as far as Geralt knows, it could be a second and a third Rax, or even a fast third CC. There are a lot of builds that this can lead into, and we can see that is a second Rax. Interesting. Okay. So what I'm referring to here, delayed starport. We're going for a late starport. I'm curious if we go for the starport now and go for a 2-1-1 variation, or if we go for a third Rax before starport and delay it even further. Before that happens, the Zealot and Adept have arrived. CC is barely delayed in time. Oh my god, 2 more seconds is all we did need, but the army is here. And the base is not. Another SCV going to be dragged down. It's going to be targeted though, and oh my god, one shot away from falling. Stalker has arrived, and Geralt, he shuts down the SCV. The SCV goes down the Marines as well, and Oriana is in a lot of trouble. This early on, before getting into his own build, he is stumped. Is contained, stuck on one base economy, massive delay. And finally, with the arrival of the Cyclone, we will shut this down. Recall does not save the Stalker. But again, that was such a massive delay here on the expansion, and we have our answer. That is a third Rax. So this is 3 Rax before starport. What does this mean? This is the beginning of a 2-base all-in. This is a very aggressive, very committed build here. We're rushing and prioritizing stim, rushing into tank production, and we can pull the boys with this. With this eventual 2-tank push, we can pull the boys, and it would make sense. It would make sense just because of how delayed we are, just because of how disrupted the early game is for Oriana. At this point, it may just be worth sending it and going for an all-in. So it would make sense here. Reaper gets shut down back at home. Geralt is going to be opening up Twilight Council. It's going to be a blink-based opener. 2 gateways, so 2-gate blink into a third base economic opener. This is actually really good for the Terran. So this is just a really standard economic opener. It's not safe. We didn't go for a third gateway. We didn't go for extra warp bins. We barely have any map control. We have 1 adept out on the map. So Geralt doesn't see much. Doesn't see much going on here. This is also a bay after the third base as well, which means Colossus production is going to be delayed. So this is actually quite greedy. This is quite greedy here from Geralt. He's cutting corners, essentially. He's cutting corners, and Oriana, can we punish the Protoss for cutting these corners? Let's go. I'm waiting for it. Starport is on the way. Ooh, that tells us that we might not go for the all-in. It's going to be committed, but we can throw down a third CC behind us. Yeah, we're only pulling some boys, so we're not going all in. Only a couple of boys are being pulled. The Observer does spot the move out. A massive scout here from Geralt is aware of what's going on and is getting ready. But do we have any shield batteries? We do. We have one in the natural, one at the third base. Stalkers, they move out to meet the main army, and their goal here is to force a stim and to pick away the Marines. Even pick away the tanks. So far, so good. Oriana is gaining ground. One Cyclone does fall. The boys are here to repair. Tanks, they're topped up. We top up the tanks. We do see Oriana rotating over towards the center of the map, or towards in between these bases. Wedging himself in between the natural and the third. Remember, we have stim. Never goes off. Oh, we graze the army. Good connection here from Geralt. Aye, aye, aye. And the connection is brutal. Still rallying across the map. We have a third tank as well. And Geralt, he does bypass the main army, catching reinforcements. Marines are going down. A very nice catch here from Geralt. And this move out, it needs to get some damage done. So far, nothing. So far, it's not been good enough. Tank volley is going to be going off. Nova goes off for the Marines. Nice split. Very nicely done here by Oriana. He avoids the Nova, but again, more Marines are going down here as they try to reinforce. Marines are getting caught out. Overcharge is popped. Zealot buying some time. And the Disruptor is about to reset. Here comes the Colossus. Nova goes off. Oh no! Oh, we're not paying attention. We're not looking. Yeah, we're focusing here in the center of the map. We were distracted. And this push from Oriana, we barely have anything to support those tanks. Charges on in 10 seconds. 10 more seconds is all we need. 10 more seconds for Geralt, and Oriana backs the hell off. We're done. we're backing the hell off. We want none of this. And do we have a third CC? We do not. Ooh. No third CC inside. That's 2 more maxes. This is basically an all-in. Without pulling the boys, of course, as we're still mining. We're still maintaining ourselves. But without a third base, it's getting worse and worse for Oriana. We have to end the game here and now. But how can we? Again, against Disruptors, against Colossus, against 6 gateways. Oh my, that's a lot of gateways. 6 gates on the way, Papi. Oh my god. That's going to be how much? 9 gates in total? That's going to be 10. 10 gates in total here for Geralt. That's a lot of gateways, but we do need reinforcements. And here we go. The boys are, some of them are being pulled again. Pull some of the boys. Can we make this work? Once again, Geralt catching reinforcements with the Zealot run by. Observer gets caught out. We are going to be rotating over towards the left-hand side. It is spotted by Geralt. Does spot the rotation. He's keeping up. Zealots across the map. They catch a tank. Yeah, 1 tank goes down. Never goes off. Oh no! Oh, massive connection. Oh my god, the bio army crumbles. We're collapsing on top of the tanks as well, and we are shutting this down. The Disruptor was the MVP. The tanks are so low. As I say that, they survive though. Tanks, they do barely survive. But it's still not enough. Yeah, with reinforcements, Geralt will completely shut this down. Catches out the tanks. Forces the pickup. And there's barely an army left. At this point, we can just commit. Yeah, we can commit in. Tanks are falling one after another. Vikings, they're doing what they can. They force a recall. Not bad. Do we have any Stalkers? Not really, but GG gets called. Yeah, the army does fall, and Geralt will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Geralt will claim the series here. Oh, sorry, we'll take a lead in the series, and we'll see if Oriana can bounce back in game 2. We shall see. Again, the start of the game was just really brutal. Like, it was just a really rocky start for Oriana, with a massive delay on the CC, with Marines going down as well. It was just a difficult beginning there for Oriana, but I believe we can bring it back. I believe we can bring it back if Oriana can get a more stable, a much more, not just stable, but a much more comfortable early game. I'm sure we can see him pop off. Let's go. We're jumping into game 2. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Smile SC in the chat. Ga, papi, ga. I know there's a delay on stream, and I know you're probably already sleeping by now, but thank you so much for the raid. For those that are curious, Smile, of course, he is a Peruvian Terran player. He was streaming earlier. He was laddering, of course, and hope you all had a great time. Hope you had a great ladder session. Welcome everyone to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. If you're curious, what the hell is the Sparkling Tuna Cup? It is our weekly open tournament. It is a weekly, we host it here on the CranKy Ducklings. It is open to all, and we do see players from all around the world, from Europa, from Latino America, from Korea, from Southeast Asia. They all come together here to compete, to take part. But no Zergs. Nah, Zergs not allowed. Smooch. We would like them, but they're nowhere to be found. They're never here, Bobby, never here. Smooch. For now, though, we're settling into game 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Chinese Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Mystery Gaming. It is Oriana. And we'll set up those player names. There we go. Oh wait, did I open up the predictions? Yeah, they're right. Okay, we're good. Meanwhile, across the map, eBay block. Nice. We do this time delay some of the economy here of Geralt, so this will delay the expansion. This does force the boys being pulled as well. Some less mining time. Some nice damage here from Oriana, but there's a bit of a give and take. This will delay the expansion. Typically, the money that... Oh, there we go. As of course, I canceled. eBay is cancelled. Back at home, Oriana should be going for a faster factory into a delayed CC, but no, never mind. We are going for the command center. I guess that's why we did cancel the eBay a little bit earlier. So the eBay gets cancelled, we get the refund, and now we have the CC on the way. And this time you can see that Oriana goes for the CC on the high ground. We saw that in game 1, the CC was heavily delayed, and Oriana wants none of that. Not this time, no shenanigans. We're gonna be taking it safely here in the main. Very safe opener here by Oriana. Ooh, followed by a second Rax. Okay. Oh, okay. You have my attention. Now, this could be the beginning of a 3-Rax. This could be a straight-up 3-Rax, or this could be a 3CC 3-Rax, and there it is. It's just a standard 3-Rax here from Oriana. Reaper gets into the main base and will threaten the mineral line, but just barely does threaten. Is forced the hell out of the main base, and now we can go for our tech of choice. What's it gonna be? Show us what you got. Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener out of Geralt. Meanwhile, Oriana again embracing 3-Rax. What does this mean? We're building up a bio army, and this is going to be a stim timing. There's going to be a very strong timing with stim. We're going to have a lot of Marines really early on, and when stim kicks in, we move out across the map. Reaper, meanwhile, does confirm. Now, because Oriana does get eyes on... because Oriana gets eyes on the Twilight Council, it does mean that Oriana is aware of Blink, of the Blink Stalkers, and we should be working on Immortal Production? Marauder Production, what I meant to say. Marauders should be prioritized here to have, like, I want to say 4 Marauders, like Mass Marine. Yeah, there, speaking of Marauders, there it is. She has a shell in the way. Now, if we scatter the Stargate, then we don't make Marauders, for example. Like, because Marauders don't really help against Phoenixes or Oracles, but because we scatter the Twilight Council, Marauders are on the way. In case of Shell, followed by Stim, we are going to be expanding. Marauders are just a way to lock down those Stalkers and shut them down and actually gain value here with this 3-Rax. Otherwise, Blink Stalkers would just kite the hell out of this army. Speaking of, Marines are going down. Oof. That was a hefty trade. That was 5 Marines for 1 Adept and 1 Zealot. It was a much better trade here for Geralt. Oriana getting his natural up and running. Blink is on the way. And that is additional gateways. We have 1 gateway in the main, 2 gateways at the natural, 3-gate Blink. Now, winding it back a little bit, we saw that in game 1, Geralt did go for a more economic, greedy opener. Remember, he went 2-gate Blink into a 3rd into a bay after the 3rd Nexus. This time, with 3-gate Blink, it's very safe. It means that we have extra Stalkers. It means that the 3rd base is delayed a little bit longer, but in favor of a much larger Stalker count. which is what we need against this. Against this stim timing. So Geralt playing very safe. This time, very safe play out of our Polish Protoss player. Hold on. Este fiat. I have Zergs, papi. Este fiat. As Geralt is going to be proactive, it does move out across the map, does engage with the Marines already. Stim is not done. Yeah, Stim finishing up in 5 seconds. And then we can move out. Until then, though, that was another... How many Marines? 2 Marines going down. Just need to... Este Fiant. For those that are curious, Fiant is a Zerg player, but unfortunately, he likes to wake up at like 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Smooch. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Este Fiant. Shaking my head. As we are going to be slowing down the push. When it comes to, again, this timing that we wanted to hit, because of these Sorgs, because of how aggressive Geralt is, and because of his position, he takes out a Marauder. Massive pickle. Marauder goes down. We're containing Oriana. We will snipe the Observer, but again, we still cannot move out. Going to be containing our opponents back at home. Now we can expand. We're expanding, getting to our charge. Colossus production underway. We're settling into our mid game, and the timing that Oriana wanted to hit isn't quite there. Not anymore. We're going for some drop play, moving out across the map. No shot. The Stalkers. Okay, we're good. I was like, we're gonna catch the Medivacs. We unload. Thankfully, we unload. I was like, mate, it's over. Hero now. Calm down, but calm down. Oriana, he pulls back. He pulls back, thankfully, and we're settling into our own third base. We are expanding, actually. If you recall, we did not expand last game. And we're headed towards a longer game here. We are entering the mid-game. A more mid-game back and forth. I feel like Fiant needs to either... He needs to either cast off, you know, this degen mantra that he has and wake up earlier, or just embrace the degen and go full Clem and just not sleep. just not sleep at all, papi. Ay, ay, ay. Hebo was the same, papi. Ay, ay, ay. As we pick up a Medivac. Ooh, nice snipe there from Geralt. Oriana moving out. Oriana is attempting to move out. Does delay any kind of fourth base, but the fourth is now going to be taken, and now we can settle into our game and focus on our setup here. We can focus, man. We can focus. Okay, so Oriana, he backs off. He still maintains a decent army size, but is going to be taking a more defensive approach. We have Vikings on the way. I believe the Ghost Academy did just finish up, so we're getting to Viking Ghost. We're working towards a greater tech and a greater army here from the side of Oriana. Meanwhile, Geralt embracing a fourth base and working on the rest of the splash damage. We have 3 Colossus. That's a hefty Colossus count. 3 Colossus, Temple Archives. Storm is going to be on the horizon here for Geralt as well. Working towards Storm. I say Storm. Disruptor production has begun. And with the Temple Archives, we have access to Archons, High Templar, Storm as well, if we so choose. Geralt just investing into other forms of splash damage. This does mean that going into Mass Viking won't be enough. It is important here that we do try to avoid that and make sure we have something else. And we're going for all 3. What? ¿Por qué no los dos? ¿Por qué no los tres, papi? We have Colossus Disruptors and Storm as well. Why not? Why not go for all forms of splash damage? Embrace it, papi. The army is spotted. Storm is not done. We're not ready. Yeah, Geralt is not ready for this. Orianna will collapse in. High Templar need a little bit more time. At the same time, though, disruptors are ready. We have our Novas, we have our Storm on the horizon as well. Picking up some Marines. Orianna just trying to set up, rotating around, takes down the pylon. Moves over towards left inside the Vikings. They do get a volley off. If we can pick off a Colossus before the main fight happens, that would be huge. And we're looking for it. Nice pre-spread here from Orianna, but still not committing in. And you know what that means? That means Storm is done. We have bought enough time. Storm has completed. And now Geralt can be more assertive, can be more aggressive. Nova goes off, doesn't connect. Takes down a Marine. Storm is revealed. Bit of a zoning Storm instead. But we have plenty more High Templar behind this. Plenty of Storms available. Orianna has to back off, has to respect the army. Nova takes down the Widow Mines. Geralt is pushing through. Remember that Prism has 4 High Templar. We're coming in for a flank. We're coming from behind. Oh my god. The Vikings, they zone away the Prism. Disruptors overextend. Disruptors go down. Not a single Nova. Colossus is going to be going down as well. But here come the Storms. Finally, they collapse on the main army. And the Storms are going to be brutal. They shut down the Marines, but we don't actually have much left on the ground. Yeah, the Vikings, they did well. They brought down the Prism, but alas, it looks like we still have too much Protoss. The Prism, the Colossus were falling, but still the Storm was insane, and Geralt will take the series 2-0, advancing onto the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. Geralt will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semis. My condolences to Orianna. He had a much stronger chance here in Game 2. There was more of a back and forth. The initial 3 racks, unfortunately, didn't really pay off, and he wasn't able to really embrace the aggression he was going for. But in the mid-game, there was a timing. There was a window where Geralt was vulnerable. Unfortunately, we missed that window. The fight was still quite close, though. It was still quite back and forth. Unfortunately, Orianna just did not have enough, and Geralt will take it. GG. GG, well played. Geralt will claim the series, and that means we have our first semifinals. Let's go. Let us go. We have our first semifinals. It's going to be a PvP between Geralt and Ordinary. Let's go. If you're curious, who the hell is Ordinary? Ordinary is a player we have casted many times in the past, but by a different name. Ordinary is a Korean Protoss player and used to go by Chance. Chance should be a name you're a little bit more familiar with, at least if you're familiar with the CranKy Ducklings. Chance was an upcoming Protoss player in the Korean region. He never quite made it into Code S. He was very active in Code A and in the qualifiers as well. But due to health reasons, Chance was never able to really commit too hard and never able to really embrace pro play as much as he wanted. Unfortunately, Chance did eventually retire, but that's why I was surprised to see him return. I was very surprised. I was looking at the bracket a couple of weeks ago. I was like, who is Ordinary? Who is this person? Do we know them? And Ordinary did clarify that he is Chance, and he did have a name change. Did name change to Ordinary. Doing his best Oliveri impression, I'm sure. The normal man. Let's go. The normal man. Bye. So vetoes are underway. Vetoes are going to be underway. And once they are done, we can embrace our next series. Can soon embrace it. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break. Looks like Middle VK versus Nickrack is still ongoing. When they wrap up, we will catch the lower semifinals as well. We'll get there. We will get there. Beautiful. Are setting up. Looks like vetoes are already done. Are done. Catching up. Light doesn't like people sleeping the amount they need. Just go to sleep earlier. What do you mean? Just go to sleep at a reasonable time. Don't do as I do. Do as I say. As I also get very little sleep. Eva would be the same if he wasn't under house arrest 24/7. Smurge. Eva's tournament nemesis is breakfast. True, true. But for now, we are going to be calming things down, and it looks like we need a moment here for our players to get ready. Looks like they're asking for a minute. So because of that, we will be going on that short break, and when we return, we will have our semifinals. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, posture check as well. You know, drain your disruptors, hydrate your hydras, and when we return, we will have our semifinals. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup number 58. Our weekly dose of StarCraft here on the CranKy Ducklings. Again, this is a weekly open tournament every single week, every single Sunday. We have you covered with some Sparkling Tuna Cup action. We have the Tuna, we have the players, we have the StarCraft. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of... should fix that up. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss himself, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Korean Protoss player himself, the returning Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless. The red Protoss player, it is Ordinary, aka Chance. Let's go. Again, if you're a little bit more familiar with the Korean scene at the time, with, you know, Code A, with ESL Open Cups, with events like this, with Sparkling Tuna Cup, you'd be familiar with Chance. Chance, I believe, is a Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. I believe he has claimed these in the past, but nowadays is a little bit less informed. Chance did retire. He retired for a while. He was gone for like a year, maybe even longer than that, if I remember correctly. He's been gone for a long time, but now he's back under a new name with a new mantra. What is he? Ordinary, but still an amazing player. You know, Chance, he puts himself down sometimes. You know, he's very humble. He's like, oh, you know, I'm just a regular guy. I'm just playing when I can and doing my best. He's in the semis. You know, he's... Papi, you don't have to be so humble, Papi. You're amazing. So Chance is going to be making his return. I'm quickly double checking the historic some of the historic matches here in Sparkling Tuna Cup, and I can see Chance, he was the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 8 champion and the number 20 champion. This was back in 2022. So for some perspective, that was a long time ago. That's when Chance was kind of peaking in form 2 years ago. He won those series against Nikic, against Eba, against Beastork, and many other big players. But now he's back, and now we're going into a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener here out of Ordinary, 2-gate opener out of Geralt. Stalkers all around, and we're even embracing the same tech here. Stargate versus Stargate. Okay, are settling in. With these Stargate openers, we should be going into Oracles. I say that because we haven't scattered. We have not scattered each other. We have no idea that we are mirroring each other's build as hard as we are. And we won't scat because we have no sentries. No sentry stalkers. They do engage though, and Geralt shoots first. Geralt, he will get the leg up here, and he will get the extra shot off on the stalkers. Very nice use here of the high ground and of the tall grass as well. We do recall in time. We do save the stalker just in time, but that was a much better trade for Geralt. It was a 1-to-1 trade, but again, Ordinary, his stalkers are very, very low. And Geralt, he wants that stalker. He won't get it. Pylon gets shut down. Both players should be expanding. Nexus on the way. And here come those Oracles. Oracle versus Oracle. Geralt still being active, still being aggressive, does follow up, but not with Stalkers with Adepts. So Ordinary went into 2 more Stalkers. We'll have a more robust army head on. Instead, Geralt is looking for some harass, and he is spotted. He is scattered. They scout each other. Geralt, he's aware of the Oracle. He's getting ready. Meanwhile, Ordinary is not aware of the Oracle of Geralt. So Ordinary is in the dark. We shade in! No, shall we slip into the main base? Probes are going down. We can one-shot. We get 4 probes. 4 workers so far. At the same time, the Oracle does get across the map. We have a defensive warp in just in time. We have a shield battery as well. We're in position. We force a revelation at the same time. Ooh. Adepts are shut down. We're holding back. We're keeping the Oracle pinned here outside of the natural, waiting for the opportune moment, waiting to jump in. And speaking of, we're jumping in. We're jumping back. Oh, don't quite get anything yet. We deny some mining time. Second Oracle's on the way for Ordinary. It's going to be a double Oracle opener or double Oracle follow-up. But what do we have against these Oracles? We have a Phoenix. We have a Phoenix out here for Geralt. He's hunting down those Oracles, and it looks like he will barely miss them. Barely. He does not check the edge of the map. The Oracles are making their way into the main base. 2 Oracles can one-shot workers. And the Phoenix does overshoot. Thankfully, some Stalkers are in position, but we ignore the Stalkers. We go straight for the kills, straight for the probes. 3 probe kills so far, getting up to 5. Yeah, 5 workers go down. The Oracle will be chased down, though, with that Phoenix. And we do catch it. Yeah, the Oracles are cleaned up. 5 probes to 2 Oracles. Ideally, Ordinary did want more damage. Ideally, you do want more damage here with those Oracles. So not the best trade. It could have been worse, definitely. Could have been worse. But we did need more. Especially considering Geralt still maintains his own Oracle and can still do some more counter damage. Speaking of, Oracle making its way into the main. Keeping Ordinary busy. Both players working towards Blink. Both players thinking about their third bases. We are soon to enter the mid-game. I say soon because Geralt is actually moving out. He is going for an extra gateway, moving out across the map. Getting up to 3 gates, will now expand, and will delay the third. So nice move out here by Geralt. He denies the third base, takes his own, and his goal here is to contain his opponent. Not to kill, just contain and delay. Delay Ordinary for as long as we can. Getting a second probe. Phoenix goes for a dive, gets a full scout, confirms there's no dark shrine, confirms no hidden tech. It is going to be Blink. Stasis trap in the main mineral line. No reaction. No. We're otherwise distracted. Massive connection here. Massive stasis here in the main. We're going for a second stasis trap as well. Ordinary does not react. Every worker gets caught. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Ordinary will catch out some of these Stalkers and will force back the main army. But behind this, Geralt I mean, behind this Geralt, he's working on a third. Meanwhile, Ordinary stuck on one base economy. Not like this. Finally, we'll break out, but that was a massive, massive win here for Geralt. You can see the economy swing heavily in favor of Geralt. Now, the stasis trap, this time when you react. We still catch 4 probes, though. Still 4 workers. Geralt, he reinforces. Remember, he has 3 gates. 3 stalkers at a time. It takes down the sentries, takes down the stalkers. He's breaking through. And Ordinary, he just cannot keep up. Not anymore. Too many losses in this mirror matchup. And Geralt, he breaks through the defensive line, pushing into the natural, denies the third base, getting secure damage. He ignores the natural. The third is instead going to be cancelled. Ordinary going to try and hold on. Going to try and save it. Base is under fire. And we can't afford to lose this. We can't afford it, but there's only so much we can do. We pop the overcharge. Pop the... Oh no! Another stasis in the main! Stasis does go off. The micro is good here out of Ordinary, but alas, we're down in Stalkers. There's only so much you can do with pure micro. In a mirror matchup, that is not enough, as that is a kill on the third base. Containing Ordinary to 2 bases. Is contained. Immortals on the way. Charge as well. Ordinary trying to keep up, trying to maintain themselves. They will hold on 2 bases, but across the map, Geralt takes a 4th. Because why not? We have a 4th base on the way. Is in production. We're just getting further and further ahead. And Geralt's still lacking gateways, but there we go. Another gateway explosion. We have 6, soon to be 9 gates here for Geralt. Plus 2 is on the way as well. Geralt settling into the mid-game very nicely here. And Ordinary stumbling his way into the mid-game instead. Just too many losses too quickly. The Oracles didn't do enough damage. Likewise, the Oracle of Geralt popping up. And Ordinary takes some rough trades, some rough fights leading up to this. And honestly, the win condition for Geralt is just deny the third. Just deny the third over and over again. Trade with the army. We can even afford to trade it efficiently. The concave is in favor of Geralt, collapsing on the main army. Shield battery is done, that helps. But it's still not going to be enough. Shields are triggered on the Immortal. Shields are triggered. Second Immortal has arrived as well. Let's go. We can hold. We can hold on. The base will survive, which means we can overcharge as well. Ordinary finally takes the third. Finally expands. But really, we're just waiting for the next step of Geralt. What is that next step? Charge. Charge almost done, and we're going to be able to reinforce with charge lots, and charge lots, they do an amazing job at buffering for these stalkers and collapsing on an army like this, on immortals and stalkers. Charge lots are amazing, and here they come. That's why we reinforce, not with stalkers, but with charge lots. They have their role here in PvP. They collapse in, they snowball out of control, and without Archons or charge lots of your own, or Adepts, how do we hold on? How do we survive this? I'm not sure we can. So here comes that prism. We're going to be reinforcing. We do get the revelation on the main army of Ordinary. Like, overcharge is good, but there's still just so much to overcome here. As Geralt, oh, he's up to 160 supply. And here we go. We're collapsing in. Diving on the main army. We pop the overcharge. We're barely out of range. One Immortal goes down. We focus on the shield battery as well. And Geralt, he's snowballing out of control. Breaks through. GG gets called, and Geralt takes game number 1. GG. Geralt will take the 1-0 lead here, but it's a best of 3. It is a best of 3. You know, we have a series available, and there is a chance for Ordinary to bring it back. But we'll see if he can here. Again, the pressure is on the Green Protoss player. I want to believe. Do want to believe. So we're getting ready for game. Número 2. Alright, getting ready. Catching up. Here we go. As we have our lobby, we're loading into Golden Aura. Golden Aura as the game number 2. I'm just catching up with the chat. The normal man, exactly. Normal man. Let's go. And we'll see if we can force an ace match or if we can announce our first finalist. The pressure is on here and now, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Storm Gaming, leading the series 1-0, 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player himself, the Red Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless. Down in the series, he has to fight back here and now to force that ace match. The pressure is on. It is Ordinary. His name is Ordinary, but he is anything but. I mentioned before that Ordinary, he was in his prime back a couple of years ago, did take a break, did retire. I think he conducted his military service. I could be mistaken, but I believe that is the case. We'll see if it is stated on Wikipedia. Can double check that. And now he has returned. He's returned under a new name, still finding his footing, still really getting back to his previous form. Getting back into his previous form here, and we'll see if he can do so. But now, probes are moving out across the map. I mean, Geralt is quite a challenger, right? Geralt is straight up one of the best Protoss players in Europe. Of course, the top of the top are players like Skilla, Showtime, and MaxPax. But just underneath them, you have players like Cristiano, you have players like Geralt as well. So he's quite a formidable opponent. And I would say he's the favorite player to win the entire tournament. We'll see if he can be stopped. We shall see. So now, again, 2 gate openers from both of our players. We have Stalker Sentry here from Ordinary, Stalker Sentry from Geralt. So we're just easing our way in. Very, very standard openers. No one is cutting corners. No one is going for any kind of crazy proxy or any crazy cheese. No one is going for a faster nexus, and both players are just delaying each other, pylon blocking each other, and trying to get a read on the first units of choice. There it is. The Stalker is revealed. Sentry Stalker revealed as well. We're fully aware. The Sentry is actually held back. Never mind. Sentry gets revealed as well from the side of Ordinary. Ooh, but the pylon does actually finish. Ooh, okay, that I'm not so fond of. Geralt does end up losing 100 minerals there from the killed pylon. Meanwhile, Ordinary did cancel in time. Nexus is on the way for both players, but Ordinary is slightly more efficient. Slightly more efficient here from Ordinary. You can see Geralt looking for any proxies, fanning out. Oh, actually hiding a pylon towards the left-hand side. Interesting. What are we going for? We're going for Glaives. Oh my god. Geralt, hyper-aggressive opener. This is looking like a borderline 2-base all-in. We'll see if we throw down a Robo and start Immortal production. Immortal Glaive Adepts is, again, quite trendy as of late. We've seen a lot of it here in PvP. Going for the Dark Shrine. Okay, we cancel. He's crazy. So I was thinking of a proxy Dark Shrine, but then I saw Glaives. So I was like, I guess we're going for something different. No, the answer is not. We're going for a proxy Dark Shrine into Blink Stalkers. The Glaives was a fake out, but here comes a hallucination. Ordinary going for the main base, but he will come across the proxy. Does confirm the Dark Shrine. And the Robo's on the way. The Robo is on the way. Ordinary is aware. We will have detection in a couple of seconds, and once we do, we should be okay. Should be able to hold on. Hallucination does also confirm the researching Twilight Council. The Dark Shrine's still halfway done. And Ordinary, he's on move command. He does miss the... Ooh, he misses the Adepts. Uh-oh. Ordinary, he's focusing on shutting down that Dark Shrine, but that does mean that Adepts do shade across the map. We do wall off. The shade is cancelled. The Stalkers, they do reach the pylon, and it is going to be targeted down. The pylon will fall. But the Dark Shrine is going to be saved. Yeah, we saved the Dark Shrine. Nice force field. Oh my god. We lock down the army. We focus down the Stalkers. We're going to be trading 1 for 3. A brutal trade. At the same time, Adepts, they get across the map, but we are in position. The Adepts, they are going to be fended off. Ooh, one of them does slip in. But Ordinary will clean this up, leading out 2 probes and going for a proxy across the map. We're getting ready for the counterattack. We're getting ready for the push. Meanwhile, the Dark Shrine is done, and I believe we have morphed in some DTs. For those that are curious, you don't need the Dark Shrine to be powered. It is just a tech structure. So you can morph in DTs nonetheless. And they are ready to go in. We have 2 Dark Templar, 1 at the 3rd, 1 making its way towards the natural. And the 3rd is under fire. Ordinary is committed. We're moving out across the map. I mean, the 3rd is buying some time. The Observer is going to be dipping in. As the Observer moves in position, the DT waddles towards the main. Yeah, we're going to break down that shield battery, break our way into the main base. DTs are still not cleaned up. Uh-oh. Yeah, the DTs are getting a lot done. Probes are going down to the main base. At the same time, though, we are committed. At the same time, we're pushing in. Blink is done for both players, but I don't think that Ordinary has enough. The shield battery does finish in time. Yeah, Ordinary is being forced back. Is hitting probe kills in the main. That's going to be 6 probes falling. 6 and 3. DT does get away, barely goes down. As the dust does settle, Geralt is up in workers. He's up in workers, up in economy. His 3rd base getting up and running. Ordinary, 1 step behind. The base is so low, so vulnerable. It barely survived. And we'll see if Geralt can punish this. We'll see if he can shut this down. As he's rallying across the map, Geralt, he wants that 3rd. It's so close. It's so juicy, Pappy. See if he can get it. We have Adepts on the left-hand side. So the goal here for Geralt is to distract the main army, and then Adepts get into the natural base, going for some economic damage. Or it can go either direction, really. As Adepts, they get into the main. Oh my god! Yeah, Geralt otherwise distracted. Adepts, they shade into the natural as well. 6 probes going to be going down. Can we reciprocate? Geralt does distract. Adepts, they shade into the natural. Ordinary gets 9 probe kills across the map. 10 probe kills. But how many does he lose is the question. Ordinary getting 12. 13! He's still going! 14 probes. 14 probes go down. Meanwhile, across the map, that's going to be 9 probe kills. DT in the main as well. Oh my god, we are getting as much, if not more damage. 14 probe kills apiece. And because of that, Geralt still maintains a worker lead. Ordinary had to get damage done, and he did. The problem is that he also sustained an even amount of damage, an equal amount of damage. And Geralt will pivot away. Adepts, they just keep shading in. Oh my god. Somehow, some way, they keep slipping in. Forcing a recall. Geralt's out of position. Ordinary does hit the 3rd. Catching a shield battery. Shield battery does go down. Sniping the Observer as well. Nice pickup. Observer is sniped. Likewise, Ordinary trading with the main army. Army sizes are quite comparable here, as Ordinary can reinforce across the map. Is moving out. War Prism's on the way. Ordinary, he wants to try to go for the kill. And Geralt, meanwhile, embracing Immortals. Immortals are on the way. Charge +2 as well. Geralt does have the upgrade lead. Geralt does have the army advantage here. I should say the quality advantage of that army. Ordinary does take map control, thankfully. Does claim it. Take down the Dark Shrine. Same time, Prism poised to go into the main. This time it's going to be charge lots, not adepts. We have 4 charge lots in that Prism. Ordinary moving out, hitting that third. Geralt in position. Still very close, still very tense between both players. Very tense back. Snipe the Stalker. Zelt's in the main. We do have an offensive warp in, and with that, Geralt he should be able to hold on. More charge lots on the way. At the same time, DTs are still waddling in. The Dark Shrine may have gone down, but we still have a DT left over. We have a cannon. Yeah, we're okay. We have a cannon in position. And Ordinary, he distracts the main army, collapses on the 4th base. Can he get the kill? Oh, it's going to be close. The base is getting low. We have another warp in. We have another warp in, and we do get on top of the Nexus. This gets low, and it does go down. Yeah, the Stalkers, they come in for a drive-by. They focus on the Nexus. That's a kill on the 4th. Ordinary has his own up and running. His own is up. It's getting up and running. He does, for the first time in a long time, take an economic lead. But Geralt has the army. Like, Ordinary, he's doing a great job here, just poking, prodding, getting some damage done. But when it comes to the main armies here, looking at the units tab, Geralt does have the higher Stalker count, even on Immortals. Chargelets, of course, are on the way. Ordinary going for his own DTs. Let's go. The Invisible Man. DTs moving up from both players. We have the cannon. So Ordinary does fan out those Dark Templar. No cannon at the 3rd. There is detection, though, with the main army. That's 2 DTs going down. Dark Templar getting some damage done here at the 3rd. DTs walked into the main, but we have shield batteries. We have the overcharge. And the DTs, they don't get enough done. 2 probe kills for, what was that, 2 DTs? 3 DTs. 3 Dark Templar. For 2 probes. Not quite worth it yet for Ordinary. Not quite worth it. We can see Geralt just walling off. It's going to be walling up. Prism towards the natural. There's a cannon in position. And we focus on the DTs. Ooh, the Prism as well. And now we can focus on the main fights. We can focus on the main army. Never going to be going up. Ooh, big connection. Oh my god. The connection is massive. Geralt this entire time, as he's been defending here on these 4 bases, as Geralt has been stuck at home, we've been embracing Disruptors. Disruptors are amassing. We have the Bay on the way for Ordinary as well. He's also working towards Disruptors. But Geralt, he's there first. He is there first. We have 4 Disruptors, soon to be 6, as we're making 2 Disruptors at a time. And Geralt's main army is just outscaling Ordinary. Ordinary needs time for those Disruptors. Time that he just does not have, because Geralt should be pushing out. And there is that move out. And I'm waiting for the move up from Geralt, but we are just building up and waiting until we max. And because of this, because Geralt is waiting until he maxes out, Ordinary has time to build up his Disruptors, and that means that he has a chance. He does have a chance here. The Novas have to be on point, though. First Nova goes off. Doesn't quite connect. At the same time, Ordinary does hit the northern base, does force to cancel. And we are now getting up to how many Disruptors? 3 Disruptors so far. 3 Disruptors for Ordinary. If we can catch out the Disruptors of Geralt, again, that's going to be the ideal. We're setting up a surround as well. We can collapse on this from multiple angles. Nova's going up. Up. No connections. No major connections yet. Zell's still moving out. Nova. Ooh. That was a clutch blink. That was very close. Very close there for Ordinary. Both armies are maxed. Nova's going up. Catching some Stalkers, no major connection. And just grazing the army, nothing major. Meanwhile, we do come in for a big counterattack. We have DTs to defend. And there's no detection for Ordinary. Oh, no, there is an observer, but we back off. Back off nonetheless. Main army's going to be clashing. Geralt getting ground. Notice they just zoned at the army's back. Ordinary trying to collapse in, but he's getting caught out instead. And Nova's going off, and they will connect. They take down Zealots, but not the Stalkers. And we're getting into all those Disruptors. Massive connection. The connections are good, but we clean up every single Disruptor. Geralt, he gets caught out. Disruptors go down. Nice last second split there from Ordinary. We have one Nova left, but it gets targeted as well. And Ordinary, has he done it? He's breaking through. Massive connections. And connecting with the Stalkers. Massive value here from Ordinary. And here come the reinforcements. Here come the Zealots. Things are looking dire. Things looking a little bit bleak there for Ordinary, but Geralt did give him too much time. Did allow him to get up to 3 Disruptors and eventually up to 5 and even more than that. And Ordinary, he was able to bounce back. Massive connection in the middle line. And Ordinary has done it. We are going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3. But here comes the Dark Templar. No detection! No shot! No detection! DTs are popping off! They take down the split! Oh my god. Connection goes off. The detection has arrived. We've shut down almost everything. 1 Disruptor left. Okay, at the same time, we have DTs across the map. 25 probes going down for Geralt, but at the same time, Ordinary still in shambles. Still racing back, trying to keep up. Everything does turn around. DTs, they do take down the Dark Shrine. Massive pickoff. We deny +3. Let's go. +3 is going to be delayed. DT's moving out. Ooh. Yeah, the Nova does not quite find its mark. Doesn't connect. And this is giving Geralt time to rebuild. Now, Ordinary's taking another base. Is taking another expansion. Going for the gold. Geralt catching some of these Stalkers. Yeah, very nice movement here. We catch out, what was that, 4 or 5 Stalkers going down. So, still very chaotic game state here for Ordinary and Geralt. Ordinary, I will say, has a lead. Looking at the units, looking at the army sizes here. My apologies. I assumed that he would have had the Disruptor lead, but no, we have 6 Disruptors of Geralt. Geralt is still in this. He's still in this, Papi. Oh, Geralt being cheeky. Hiding in the tall grass. Uh-oh. We're not quite paying attention. Disruptor goes down. Whew. That could have been disastrous. Not about Nova. Nova's going to be going off. We focus on the Disruptors one after the other. One Nova does connect. The Disruptors are going down. Ooh, we avoid the Nova just barely. We have more where that came from. Massive connections. Ordinary does chase Geralt down. He breaks through the main army, getting on top of the 4th base. We have the overcharge. We have reinforcements. And we have defensive Disruptors. And we are barely breaking through. One more Disruptor going down. DT's morphing in. And Geralt holds. Whew. Geralt barely holds on. We have a 4-base economy. So does Ordinary. Gold base is up, not fully saturated. Geralt is unaware. Otherwise, I'm sure he'd be all over that. Geralt is unaware of the gold base. So a cheeky move here out of Ordinary. This can pay off. We'll give Ordinary a massive economic boost. At the same time, War Prism towards the main. It's going to be Zealots. Zealots into the main. Main army rotating around. Did we rebuild the Dark Shrine? We have rebuilt for Geralt. No Dark Shrine for Ordinary. Remember, earlier it was sniped. Been unable to really embrace it again. But the Prism does get into the main base. Massive warping as well. Zealots, they take down the shield blade. They take down the cannon. Going for the tech. Defensive DTs are morphing in. And the DTs will clean this up, but we do snipe the Bay. Nice pickup. Robotics Bay goes down. No more Disruptors. Not for a while. At the same time, the main army is going to be clashing. No major connections yet. 3 shots remaining here for Geralt. Now we're down to 2. 2 Disruptor shots. Geralt, did we scout the gold? We did. Geralt is aware of the gold base. He is going for a DT counterattack. Observers are out. DT's headed towards the mining bases. The Prism is left behind. And we do catch it. And War Prism goes down. At the same time, DTs, they roll into the main base once again, going for more tech. They can go for the Bay as well. Meanwhile, Geralt has not rebuilt. Oh. Geralt's leaving one of those disruptors idle. We can catch it. Never mind. Never mind. Ordinary does thread the needle, going right past the main army. Disruptors are looking a bit exposed. Nervous go up. And they take down 2 disruptors. Not bad. Sorry, that was 4 disruptors even. 4 disruptors go down. And again, Geralt, has he noticed that he lost the Bay? No more disruptors. We do have 3 Stargates. We can try to work towards Skytos, but no more disruptors can be produced here for Geralt. And I don't think he noticed. He has a massive bank. Geralt, he's got 2k, 1k. He has a bank to work with, but alas, he's not making anything. Just gateway units. Nova's going to be popping off, not quite connecting. At the same time, Ordinary does hit the triangular third. Does collapse on the 4th base. More disruptors going down. And again, we can't remake them. We can't reproduce. Ordinary, he will shut down this Nexus. At the same time, though, we shut down the gold. The gold base falls. So does the 4th of Geralt. Should be rotating around. Immortals are on the way. And now he knows. Now he realized we have the Bay. This is such a late robotics Bay here for Geralt. We just now realized what's going on. And that could cost him the game, to be honest. Like, we have so many resources and we are missing so many disruptors because of that. And without disruptors is a big window. There's a big window here where Ordinary can break through and abuse that low disruptor count of Geralt. Ordinary expanding towards the north. So is Geralt, taking another base. And we do have eyes on it. Yeah, Ordinary going for the Nexus. Will bring it down. And there's no escaping. Is no escaping. Meanwhile, as we lose the base, DTs are going for another. The cannon goes down. Yeah, we collapse on the mineral line. Zelt's getting called out. Both armies are trading. Disruptors now being rebuilt for Geralt. Losing another disruptor. And Ordinary, he doesn't want to turn around. He doesn't want to pull back. He's going to lose the base. Ordinary, he doesn't care. He's pushing in. He does commit. Nice blinks. So far, we avoid the Novas. Occasion Novas are avoided. Oh, but that's 6 disruptors. Oh my god, massive connections. Geralt, he takes him to the face, Pappy. But he does kill the Nexus. Does kill the base. DTs are still out there. Still marauding around, looking for more bases. Now they are found out. Are going to be found out. Decent Novus here from Geralt, trying to hold on. Still making 2 disruptors at a time. Geralt, he's stuck on a 4-base economy. Does need another Nexus, needs another base. And that's the problem here. Ordinary, he has this center base. He is on 4 bases, sorry, 5 even. Geralt down a Nexus, can barely trade. Doesn't have a bank to work with. Sucklowness is mining. He's keeping up. He's keeping up for now. These DCs are still putting in a lot of work. They catch some of those Stalkers. Oh my god. That's multitasking out of Geralt. Does threaten the Nexus. Trying to go for his own, I'm sure, but Ordinary does rotate, and I guess the win condition here for Ordinary is just deny the 4th, or deny the 5th, over and over again. Just deny the 5th base as often as we can. Catching transferring workers, disruptors are getting in position. Never goes up. Ooh, big connection! 3 disruptors go down. Very patient play here out of Geralt. Does catch out the army at least a little bit, but we have reinforcements on the way. Geralt falling further and further behind here in the army supply. Again, Ordinary has an economy. He's on 50 workers. Geralt is not. Geralt is stuck on 30. GTs are finally getting caught out. Base about to get up and running. Catches an observer. It's going off. No major connections. Geralt's going for the gold. That'll do it. May as well take the gold for ourselves. At the same time, Ordinary gets another base. I say does get the base. That's 6 probes. ETs do go down. Geralt's still rotating over. Maintaining his map presence. Up to 9 disruptors. It's a very tense moment here. Ordinary does have the supply lead, but Geralt with the greater disruptor count has more potential for damage. Has a little potential with these disruptors. The main army is spotted. Ordinary does rotate over. Trying to catch out the main army of Geralt. Nova goes up. Oh, we do connect. Yeah, massive connection. Stalkers are going down. We do connect with the Stalkers and the Zealots as well. Geralt trying to get another base up and running. We're running out of money. We need a base. It's on the way. Ordinary has confirmed, going for a Zealot run by. Geralt is in position. He's ready for those Zealots. Nova goes off. Not a bad connection. Zealots are cleaned up. Geralt shoots first. Let's have the better trade. These armies, they're still on a knife's edge. What I will say about all these Archons is that they can tank Novas. They can tank them. So Ordinary has a little bit of leeway there. Has some wiggle room. As he does a push in between the natural and the third. Is scouted by the DTs. Going to be distracted. Coming in from behind. DTs will get the hell out of here. They are going to be spotted, but there's a lot of observers. The Nova goes off. Oh my god. You avoid the Novas. At the same time, Geralt, he does defend, keeping up with the Zealot harass. I'm impressed. Still no shield battery, which is a little bit worrisome. Who shoots first? Geralt does. Trading 1 for 1. Disruptor for disruptor. Ordinary does take the disruptor lead. He's got 9. Another base is on the way, but the DTs, they hit to deny. They do force a cancel. Ordinary has to respond. Once again, this Naga helping out Geralt so much. Does spot the Zealot army ahead of time. It's going to be a bit of a brutal trade, but we will clean this up. Oof. Losing Stalkers. Likewise, DT's on the hunt. Oh my god. Almost forcing friendly fire. Almost. Haha. DTs are still being active. Geralt's getting in position. That supply from Ordinary is looking a little bit concerning though. Do you tank a Nova? Like, the scary thing here is that we can just keep affording these Zealot run-bys from the side of Ordinary. Just keep going for them. Meanwhile, we find our way into the natural. Production under 5. Novas go up! No connections. No connections yet. Geralt trying to come in from behind. Sneaky move. Creeping up with the army. Novas go up! Ooh, they take down 2 disruptors. I think that was 3 disruptors. Massive connections! Oh my god! Disruptors going down for both players. Only 1 disruptor left for Ordinary. We're collapsing in. Yeah, the final disruptor does go down. Massive connections. Geralt does take the better fight. Gets a full surround. Now we can dive in. Oh my god. Just bullying Ordinary back. He was down, what, 20, 30 army supply. Didn't even matter. It came down to the balls, Pappy. And Geralt, he can handle his balls. It's beautiful. Zealots coming from behind. Novas, once again they connect. We're focusing on the Archons, and it looks like Geralt, the comeback is real. GG gets called, and Geralt will take the series at 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Oh my god. Happy. GG, well played. Congratulations to Geralt as he will take the series. But that was a very, very tense game. Very back and forth. If you remember, I was calling it like 10 minutes ago when Chance had broken the 4th base when he had taken a massive fight. But remember those DTs, there was a Warping of Dark Templar, there was no detection, and Geralt barely held on by the skin of his teeth with those DTs. On top of that, Ordinary had a base advantage almost the entire game. He had the goal base as well for a long time, and despite that economic advantage, it led into a larger army, but it came down to that final fight. It came down to the disruptor control of our players. And in the end, it did go in favor of Geralt. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Geralt as he will claim the series, advancing on to the grand finals, and we are getting ready for our next semifinals match. Another PvP. Oh, welcome to Sparkling Protoss Cup. Nothing but Protoss. And nothing but Protoss. One moment here as we are setting up and settling in. Okay, so lower semifinals, we have our series. It looks like, oh my god, MinnowVK takes out Nickrak 2-1. Nickrak has been eliminated, and I alluded to it. Only Protoss do remain. It's going to be a PvP between Rebellion and MinnowVK to determine who faces off against Geralt in those finals. Who's it going to be? Who is it gonna be, Pappy? I see the chat's catching up. Will you be casting WTL later? We will. World Team League is gonna be after Sparkling Tuna Cup. It's gonna be after this event. We will be jumping on World Team League. Whew. Here we go. When it comes down to the line, Geralt, he has the balls, Pappy. He does. It's impressive. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the red Protoss player, also representing Psystorm Gaming, the same team as Geralt. We'll see if he can meet his teammate in those grand finals as he just brought down Nickrak 2-1. It is MinnowVK. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Team New Angels. It is Rebellion. Here we go. So we had a European versus Korean semifinals earlier, and now we have another here in the lower semis as well. Again, that's what I appreciate here out of Sparkling Tuna Cup, is we do get players from all around the world, from Europe, from Korea, from Southeast Asia, from Latin America. They all come together for the tuna, and we're here. We're ready for it. Now, I would love to see like a Korea versus Europe finals, but we'll see. The pressure's on Rebellion to avenge his fallen countrymen, to avenge Ordinary. Can he pull it off? Meanwhile, MinnowVK pulling off a big upset. As a reminder, I mean, coming into the quarterfinals, I was favoring Nickrak. I was 100% favoring Nickrak in his series against MinnowVK. It went all the way to the ace match. We did miss it, but MinnowVK did come out victorious, did come out on top in what I would say is an upset, and has made it to the semifinals. Impressive. Very impressive stuff here out of Mindel. And we'll see if he can go even further than that. Can he go further? For now, 2 gate openers. 2 gate opener out of MinnowVK, likewise 2 gate opener out of Rebellion. No one is pulling a max pack, no one is going for a faster expansion. We're calming things down and settling in. Likewise, if you're in the chat predictions, I mean, by now they would have closed, but predictions were open, so best of luck with that. Best of luck, Pappy. Are going to be dipping in, just trying to get a read on the pylon. Pylon has been placed in the main base for both players, so no hidden proxy, no fake proxy either. Everything is as it should be. And we are expanding. Rebellion going to be the first to expand. Meanwhile, Rebellion does go for the delay. He does delay the expansion for a couple of seconds there. And Mindo VK is going to just be a couple of seconds behind his opponent. Not too long. Not too long. We have our tech of choice, going to be a Twilight Council here by Rebellion. Twilight Council into Blink. Meanwhile, Mindo VK has yet to really decide on his tech of choice. Could be a Twilight Council, could be a Robo, we could open up Stargate. If it was Stargate, we would have seen one by now. And there it is, Twilight Council from Mindo VK as well. So far, relatively mirrored builds. Relatively, I mean, Rebellion has a slightly faster expansion and slightly faster tech, but only slightly. Outside of that, no major deviations, as our hallucinations are moving out to confirm. Again, there's a reason why hallucinations got so common. They're so popular. I should say Sentry openers are so common and so popular because of these hallucinations. It allows us to scout everything. We do confirm the tech of choice, the blink on the way from Rebellion, likewise the blink on the way from Mindo VK. So both players are fully aware. For the most part. Like the previous game, we could cancel the upgrade and go for a hidden dark shrine somewhere. We can see that's not the case, as Rebellion is going for a pylon right outside the main. Hello. Hello, Mr. Probe. What's going on? With this pylon, we can throw down a proxy gateway to go for a reinforcement point to be hyper aggressive. We'll see if we commit to anything else. The pylon is now done. Hallucination does confirm the probing position at the third. That's more gates. Yeah, that's 2 more gates on the way. That's going to be 4-gate blink out of Rebellion. Hyper aggression here from our Blue Protoss player. The Hallucination Scout will get eyes on the extra gateway, but 3-gate blink could just be a safe opener, right? There's no major tell of aggression yet. Mindo VK is going to be playing this out safely, though, because he does confirm there is still no third. And Mindo VK is going to be the defender. Rebellion is going to be the aggressor. As the 4th gateway is about to finish up, Mindo VK getting ready. He's checking for a proxy. He knows. Yeah, he's aware that something could be amiss, something could be wrong, and he will find the gateway. Massive catch here by Mindo VK. Probe goes down, pylon as well. We depower the gateway, and suddenly we need to expand. We need to take a 3rd base. As we do force a cancel on the gateway. 4-gate blink is not going to come into play. Rebellion will catch a Stalker. Not bad. Oh. Takes out a Stalker. Goes to some desperation hallucinations. Bleeds out one of his own. Trading 1 for 1. Trading 1 for 1 in Rebellion, and we'll have to retreat. Force field's barely not good enough. And Mindo VK holds. Mindo does hold, and he has a massive lead here when it comes to the 3rd base. It's about to finish. Rebellion's just started. Rebellion's 3rd just did begin. Behind this, we have Charge on the way, Forge for +1. Rebellion does have a lead when it comes to these upgrades, when it comes to Charge and +1. So, on the Forge, I should say. So there is that at least. But there are some really small windows and timings that we can try to make use of with +1 and +2. But outside of that, Mindo VK is looking good. Looking strong. Is looking good. Rebellion likewise moving out. Is going to be threatening the 3rd base of Mindle. Shield battery is done. Overcharge going to be available. We have a defensive immortal. At the same time, as we distract the main army, Adepts shade into the natural. Adepts do shade in. Main army is going to be forced back. And probes are going down. We get 4 probe kills. Not bad. 4 probes do 4. We get 5. We're going for 6. Oh, can we get 7? Not quite. But 6 probes is a good trade here for 2 Adepts. As they barely do not get a 7th probe. With that, Rebellion backs off. We have an even worker count, even though this 3rd base has been a lot faster for Mindo VK. Rebellion does catch up in the economy, and it goes straight for the 4th. Very fast 4th base here for Rebellion. Again, he's trying to recoup his losses from earlier, trying to recover. Taking a bit of a risk, and we'll see if it does pay off. Meanwhile, instead of a Nexus, we do see Mindo VK going for some further tech. So just Charge, Temple Archives on the way for Archons. Hallucination, I believe, should confirm the base. Quickly checking. No, sorry. Now coming in. Hallucination does confirm. Does get eyes on the 4th. Now now he knows that his opponent is skipping tech in favor of a fourth. Is where the Rebellion is thinking further ahead into a longer game. And do we go for our push? We are. MinoVK is moving out. We have the Prism, we can reinforce, +1 is done. Looking at the army compositions, we do see Rebellion is down in Immortal. He's up in Stalkers, down in Zealots. But of course he can go for a defensive warp in. Now Archons are on the way. Even if we reinforce with Zealots, that's what the Archons are for. They're here to melt those Zealots. So still morphing in. MinoVK waiting for reinforcements, and his goal here is to collapse on the 4th. Either break the main army or take down the base. As I say that, he's going for the army. Does that position, has the high ground, and is forcing Rebellion to push into him. Overcharges Pulp, we can focus on the shield battery. Overcharge is not going to be a part of this. The Prism goes down. MinoVK a bit out of position. The Prism was exposed. Boys are being pulled. They're going to be pulled away. They will escape for the most part. We catch the Immortal. Okay, nice catch here from Mindel. Takes down the Immortal, takes down the Pylons. Does rotate over towards the 3rd, towards the Natural even. And as he keeps the main army busy, Zealots they trickle into the mineral line. And we come in for the surround. Yeah, MinoVK is just all over this. Stalks are falling left and right. Rebellion being forced further back. We are wasting some DPS here on the gateway, which is less than ideal, but we are eviscerating the economy here. 10 probes fall. And MinoVK backs the hell off. Does get the hell out of here. The Zealots are being cleaned up, but the damage has been done. As MinoVK still maintains an army supply lead, he's waiting for reinforcements. Is he rebuilding his War Prism? Not yet. No, he has. War Prism is out, and now we can keep pushing. And now we take a 4th base. So again, Rebellion, he was vulnerable as he was expanding and taking a 4th, and MinoVK did take advantage of that vulnerability. And now we're coming in again. Here comes wave number 2. And as MinoVK is ready to lay siege upon the 4th base for a second time, we have a Zealot run-by being set up towards the Natural. There is no cannon. There is a shield battery, but no cannon has been replaced. Well, the cannon earlier wasn't replaced. Zealots, they do dive in. And the 4th is exposed. That's going to be a kill on the Nexus. There's no saving it. The probes! Oh my god. Yeah, massive Archon volleys on those workers. The probes go down. The base as well. Rebellion trying to keep up. Does rotate over. But MinoVK has the better army. We have Archons. We have Immortals. We have Zealots as well. Rebellion trying to keep up. And we'll focus on one of the Archons at least, but we have 2 more behind it. And we're still breaking through. And Rebellion being forced further and further back. We have an overcharge, but even that is not going to be enough. We'll force back the army for now, but MinoVK is up a base. He's up a base. He still has momentum on his side, forcing the fight out of range of the shield batteries. And the overcharge runs out. The overcharge has run out. MinoVK can keep pushing in. We can send it, Papi. Keep going. Going for another Archon. In a moment of desperation, Rebellion is going for DTs, going for a Dark Templar run-by. There's potential, definitely. There's potential with Dark Templar. We're pushing in nonetheless. And breaking through the main army. Getting on top of the Stalkers. Stack defense not really coming into play, and that's going to be a kill in the 3rd base. We don't care about the 3rd. We're going for the main army. We're going for the Stalkers. Stalkers did go down. The base will fall. At the same time, DTs, they do get across the map, and there's no cannon. Probes will fall. But is it going to be enough? As we get 21 probe kills across the map. We have detection. We have the observer. We're going to be okay. I mean, back at home, a lot of probes are falling, though. That's going to be 14 and counting. But we can't stop the main army. That's the problem here. The main army cannot be stopped. We have the observer coming in. GG gets caught as we break down the Natural, and MinoVK will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Mindel will take a lead in the series. As a reminder, the winner will face off against Geralt in the next round. Oh boy, and who is it going to be? Middle VK is one game away from those grand finals. Meanwhile, Rebellion has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. And I want to believe that we can force it, that we can go the distance here, that we can make it to game 3. But the pressure is on. Pressure is on. Here we go. We have our map. It's going to be Alcyone. Game 2 is going to be taking place on Alcyone, a much larger map, more macro-oriented. A map that we can really sink our teeth into, or on the flip side, we could just embrace a more chaotic game. We could just send it, we could just embrace the chaos, go for proxies, go for all-ins. Because of how large the map is, we're not unfamiliar with seeing proxies out on the map. See if we do embrace that. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have a red Protoss player representing Psystorm Gaming, one game away from making it to those grand finals. It is Mindle VK. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team New Angels. It is Rebellion. South Korean Protoss himself, the pressure is on. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. Meanwhile, Mindle VK, he already brought down a Nicarak 2-1, and can he do the same to Rebellion? And Mindle has been on fire tonight. Can his run continue? Personally, regardless of how this goes, I would love to see an ace match. I'd love to see a game 3. That's all I want out of this, but we'll see. We shall see. It is up to our players. Are going to be settling in. This is going to be a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Rebellion. 2-gate opener out of Mindle VK. We can see Rebellion checking here the goal base. Actually hiding and keeping that probe hidden from the probe of Mindle VK. Okay, interesting. Cheeky move going for, I imagine, a hidden pylon. So, what do I think here? I mean, we are technically in the middle of the map, true. So we could try to commit to a proxy. This could just be proxy Stargate, and just like an aggressive opener. But this isn't the worst position for a robo. We'll see. As we are waiting for the Cybercore. Once the Cybercore is done, we can commit our tech. And what's it going to be? We have an episode on the way, and we are going for the proxy robo. It's going to be the one base all in. Let's go. We spoke about it. The map is large, and you can defend quite nicely on 3 and 4 bases, so we can lead into a longer game. But because it's so large, we can embrace something like this, something like a proxy. Now, Mindle VK, he scouts, he does confirm the pylon is missing. He knows that the second pylon should be here, and it is not, so he's looking. He's searching, he's looking for that pylon as we speak. Second probe gets sent out, but he's focusing on the left-hand side of the map here towards the top left, and towards the left-hand side as well, and we are missing the proxy entirely. We're rotating back over, checking the center of the map. Stalker's in position. And yeah, Mindle VK unfortunately is just checking in the wrong location, so he won't quite confirm what's going on. Back at home, Twilight Council opener. Going for a safety shield battery. This shield battery is in position for an Oracle. He's afraid of a Stargate. He's afraid of a proxy Stargate. Adepts say shade into the main base. We commit to the shade as well. Probes are going to be going down. We get 1, we get 2. Can we get 3? Oh, we can. 3 probe kills, barely not a 4th. And I would say that's not the best trade for Rebellion, but this early on, every worker does count. Every worker is that much more important this early on. Immortals are on the way, Prism as well. Again, Rebellion's committing to an all-in. Mindle VK is still looking for the proxy. He's still looking, Pat. Setting up his own. Turning this defense into an offense. There we go. Gateways are on the way. It's going to be 1 base, 3 gates. Sorry, 1 base, 4 gate blink, as the 4th gateway should be proxy. Now, how does this compare? We're going to have Mass Blink Stalker versus Immortals. I say that. Immortal for now. Just the one Immortal. I think I want to favor Minnow VK, not gonna lie. Like, we have a lot to work with. Blink isn't done yet. Once it kicks in, we have potential. Have a little potential from the side of Mindle. Rebellion is pushing forward. We scout the proxy, we confirm. Massive scout. With this robot, we can go for our own immortal production. Gateway across the map is finishing up. Observer to begin with. And here comes the main army of Rebellion. Rebellion has arrived. Of course, Minnow VK now fully aware of what's going on. Across the map, we can warp into Adepts. There we go, Adepts are on the way. Their goal here is to shade into the main base to eviscerate the economy, to cripple Rebellion across the map. Let's see if we can. Nice force fields, but the juggling. We do save the sentries. Nice control here from Rebellion. Nice control so far. Does save the sentries. Gateways are under fire. Stalkers, they are getting some nice DPS on the army. Nice concave, but one Stalker goes down. Shield Battery runs out of energy. At the same time, Adepts shade into the main. Probes are falling. Probes are falling. The Prism is looking a bit exposed. We don't quite catch it. We get caught instead. Stalkers don't quite have the range. Prism does survive. Across the map, we get 3 probe kills. We still need more. Still hoping for more. As the Adepts are forced out. At the same time, a second Immortal's rallying over. Sorry, a third Immortal's rallying over. Rebellion, this army is getting stronger and stronger, and we do not have a defensive Immortal here from Minnow VK. So just still focusing on Stalkers and Sentries. Adepts, they try to get across the map. They don't get any damage done. And Rebellion is breaking through. He's at least trying to. Oh, we forced the overcharge. A bit premature. Overcharge is popped. And once it runs out, we can push in. Nice force field. We can catch an Immortal. Not bad. Bit of miscontrol out of Rebellion. Does not save that Immortal. He was sieged. He was sieged up. We do get on top of the pylon. Pylon goes down. Massive pickoff. That will force back the main army of Rebellion. And that will give Minnow VK some valuable breathing room. Building up his gateway count. 2 more gates on the way. Still focusing on purely Blink Stalker. No Immortal. There we go. I was like, no Immortals? 1 Immortals are now on the way. Depth across the map. Rebellion, he's backing off. Rebellion, he wants to expand. The Prism! The Prism is going to go down. And Immortal as well. Massive pickoff. And what's the plan? Are we going to be expanding? At this point, that might be the play here for Rebellion. Otherwise, why back off so much? So he does race back home. He's going to clean up the Adepts. Clean up the probe. At the same time, Minnow VK moving out across the map as well. And now suddenly Rebellion is about to be the defender. I say that he is looking to meet up with the main army. He's looking to clash. Adepts say shade across. Minnow VK going to be the first to expand. Adepts moving out across the map. We'll see if Minnow VK can respond in time, as we don't. However, we do have some units back at home. We're okay. We have the Immortal. And we can blink into the main. Rebellion not in position. He's not ready for this. We do rally the sentries. Oh, they will get picked off. But we don't care. We go for the main base. We go for the dive. At the same time, Adepts in the main of Minnow VK, but they're going to be cleaned up. And we're going for this. Oh, we're going for the Twilight Council. Massive pickup. Twilight Council does go down. We deny blink. We catch a pylon, and now we can get the hell out of here. We do bleed out a Stalker, but the rest of the army does escape. Nice moves from Mindle. Catching a Stalker. Pulling away. Nexus is finished. We need shield batteries. We need shield batteries as soon as possible. We need those shield batteries. And we Rebellion. He's down to 1 Immortal. The rover went down earlier. We don't really have any tech to work with. The longer this goes on, the worse it becomes for Rebellion. As Minnow VK now has more efficient mining. now has a higher quality army. We get even in the immortal counts, and I believe Minovk does have that Stalker lead. He does. Yeah, the game looking a little bit bleak here for Rebellion. Force fields are decent. The immortal is within range. Stalkers are going down. So far, the blinks are decent enough. We have a second immortal coming in. Yeah, with the help of that second immortal, Minovk should be able to hold on. The boys are being pulled as well. There's that overcharge. And we dive on the immortal. It looks like Minovk is going to do it. He does defend. He holds. He shuts down the main army. GG gets called, and Minovk will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Some risky moves out of Minovk, going for the adepts across the map, shutting down the robo, going for a blink, staying on a low immortal count for so long as well, focusing and relying purely on blink stalkers, but he did survive, he did hold on, and he forced Rebellion all the way back home. In that moment of weakness, he was able to expand and take a further lead, gain map control, and make sure that Rebellion had just no other answer, no other option in that game. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Mindle. And that means we have an all Psystorm Gaming Grand Finals. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we go. GG, well played. Minovk will advance up to the grand finals, and we have our two finalists. We have another PvP coming up ahead of us. It's going to be Gerald versus Minovk. Let's go. We are going to be heading over to the European region for these finals, and we do need to take a moment though before the grand finals, because we have something different, we have something special ready for us. If you've been watching this tournament series, you'd know what's coming up next. What's it going to be? The raffle, papi, la rifa, papi, la rifa. We do have the raffle. Here we go as we do switch our scenes over and get ready for it. Oh boy. I do need a moment to set things up. Do need a moment here to set things up and get everything ready. Oh boy. For those that are curious what the hell I'm talking about, bam! It's on screen. It is on screen. We do have a random participation raffle that we do hand out, that we do give out on a weekly basis here in the Sparkling Tuna Cup. What this is exactly is a participation raffle. If you did compete in today's tournament, you are eligible for 5 USD. It's not a lot, but it is something that we like to give out. Our tournament is very top heavy. Only top 2 get paid out currently. I say currently, if you want to support the Sparkling Tuna Cup, Patreon. Patreon is the place to be. You can see the Patreon goal just underneath the raffle. Currently, our goal is to reach 320 USD a month. That is to boost the prize pool. And likewise, we have tiers, or we have, I should say, stretch goals to boost the prize pool and to pay out top 4. That's the ideal, is that we can grow the event enough to where we can pay out additional players. For now, though, it is just top 2. But not just top 2, it's top 2 and a random player. You know, it's a way to spread the love and to spread the support as well. And everyone is equally eligible. Everyone is equally eligible here for the random raffle. Doesn't matter if you got knocked out in the first round or if you got knocked out in the finals or made it to the finals. You can easily earn some extra prize money. Oh boy. And of course, it is #rigged. It's obviously. Now, there is one caveat to that. There are some players that didn't play. There are some players that did not compete. You can see them here in the brackets. You can see that, for example, Shorf did not play against Ordinary. Because of that, walkover. There was a walkover. Likewise, Eba did not play against Praetor. There was a walkover there. Players that did not compete, players that did not participate, are not eligible for the raffle. They are not going to be eligible here. So just need a moment to set things up. And here we go. Who's it gonna be? I still need I need to get like a little drum. I need to Need a little drum back. Okay, so this week, the random raffle winner. Oh. Where's my button? There it is. This week, as I quickly randomize, I have to press the button. There's a spreadsheet behind this. Don't you worry. This week, our random raffle winner is gonna be. Let's go. This week, our random raffle winner is gonna be Mindo VK. Congratulations. Congratulations here to Mindo VK. Shout out to the runner-ups, of course. We have Rebellion, we have Praetor, we have Eon, we have Nicaract. But Mindo VK is our random raffle winner. Hashtag rigged in the chat. Of course, Mindo VK is one of our finalists. Shaking my head. Is one of our finalists here, and is also going to walk away with some boosted prize money as well. So congratulations here to Mindo VK, and a shout out to, I mean, the runner-up doesn't really mean anything, it's just the ordering of the players and the ordering of the random raffle. So yeah, congratulations to the Mindo VK, and with that we can now focus on our finals. We can focus on our finals, and I need a moment to set that up as well. Here we go. We also have the random raffle for Sea Duckling Open as well. we have a SEO and for MSO. So for all our tournaments, we have the random raffle. We have it back. Okay, Geralt who was asking, was like, yo, who was... Who won this week, Pappy? Who won? Smoke. He wants it, Pappy. He wants it every week. We are getting ready for the grand finals. This is going to be another PvP, a best of 5 between Geralt and Mindo VK. Let's go. Here we go. As we have made it to the grand finals, and if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Predictions are now open in the chat for who you believe is going to be this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. Will it be one Protoss or the other? Will it be one Psystorm boy or the other? As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player, also representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Mindo VK. The Psystorm boys, baby. Let's go. And again, if you're in the chat, predictions are open, place your bets, and best of luck. Who you think will be our champion this week? As a reminder, once this series does conclude, we will be embracing and jumping into World Team League. WTL. I know WTL, I think it's actually just now starting. I believe it's starting as we speak. Yeah, it has begun. And we'll be catching up. We'll be catching up on WTL once we wrap up with the finals. We'll be focusing on the finals first, and then World Team League. That is the plan. Until then, we're calming things down. Going to be a double gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Geralt. 2-gate opener out of Mindo VK. Are going to be settling in. So it is going to be 2 gateways. This is going to lead into our 2 units of choice. And we'll see if we... Oh,
game paused.
I was going to say, we'll see if we do embrace a proxy out on the map. For now, it looks like we do need a moment. Our players are asking for a second. And hopefully any issues will be resolved. If there is any kind of major issue, we can always resume from replay. But it should be okay. Should be okay. As we are settling in. You know, potentially some Uber Eats at the door. Potentially. Getting some food. Oh, never mind. Apparently there was something that we...
Game resumed.
Okay, we're back in. Are back in. Forgot about something. I'm a little bit concerned that Geralt was like cooking something. Like the stove was on, or there was something in the oven. Suddenly smoke everywhere. Hopefully everything's okay. So we can now focus on our finals. We have our second pylon in the main base of Middle VK, likewise second pylon in the main of Geralt, so no proxies, no crazy shenanigans, at least not in game 1. Not in game number 1. And we have a units of choice, so it's going to be Stalker Sentry out of Middle VK, meanwhile double Stalker out of Geralt. This double Stalker opener is going to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more assertive, does allow Geralt to move out on the map, and to threaten the bases here of Middle VK. We'll see if we double down and go for a third and fourth Stalker as well, or if we go for double Sentry instead. Keep an eye on Geralt. As actually, never mind. It's going to be double Stalker into double Adept, a very aggressive opener here out of Geralt, and we're following this up with a Stargate. Stargate follow-up. This should be for an Oracle, so hyper aggression here from Geralt. Adepts are to kill workers, Oracles are to kill workers, and Stalkers are to maintain control of the map as well. So nothing but aggression out of Geralt. Meanwhile, Middle VK is expanding. Stalker Sentry into an expansion. We're easing our way into the early game. But last, we do have to back off. Stalkers, they have map control. They force back the main army. Boys have to be pulled. Stalker's under fire. Very nice control, and Stalker is going to go down. Massive pickoff already. The force field doesn't quite catch the Stalker. Geralt, he gets away. And oh, we will at least trade 1 for 1. This Stalker should go down. Yeah, the Stalker does fall. So a 1-to-1 trade. 1 Stalker for 1 Stalker. Meanwhile, Adepts have arrived. Probe is not in position. And here comes the Shade. Here come the Adepts. And can we wall off in time? Up! It's going to be close. No, not at all. Yeah, the Probe pulls away. The Adepts say Shade into the main base. Probes are going to be going down. And without that Stalker, there's that much less DPS. And we're going to get even more damage done. It's going to be 2 probes so far. Can we get a third? Looks like we cannot. Oh, actually. Yeah, not quite. Yeah, the Adept does Shade down to low ground, going for the pylon. 2 probe kills for 2 Adepts. Not the best trade from Geralt. Not ideal, but we're still not done. Shield battery has completed, so this Oracle has a little bit less potency in the main. Yeah, the Stalker in position, going for the stasis. Oh, faking out the stasis instead. A delayed stasis trap does even more damage, actually. The Oracle takes a lot of hits, takes down 2 probes, or does catch 2 workers. But, not bad. Not bad damage here with the Oracle. As back at home, Geralt is settling into his own economy. Has been able to catch up despite the fact that he had a much later expansion. And he's moving out with a second Oracle. Second Oracle is going to be zooming. Is going to be zooming on out. 2 Oracles can one-shot workers, so his shield battery is not going to be enough. Won't be enough as we do catch an Oracle. Oh my god! Barely doesn't go down. Meanwhile, Stasis Trap, we're not paying attention. No! We're not quite able to react in time, and a massive Stasis does connect, catching half the mineral line. Geralt's getting a lot done already. Faking out some damage, catching workers in the Stasis, and building up and getting ready for our eventual move out. How many gateways do we have? We have 3 gateways in the main, and we have a potential proxy gate as well. Now, Middle VK does confirm the hallucination does get eyes on the pylon, so he's going to be looking to shut it down, and he will. I say that, Geralt, he wants to contest against that. Oh! Oracle does fall. But Geralt, he will be able to get on top of the army. The pylon survives, the gateway is going to get up and running, and Geralt, he's committed here. Is expanding back at home, taking a third. But we will be able to warp in 4 Stalkers at a time. Ooh. Second Oracle goes down, but another massive stasis in the natural. Oh my god. The stasis traps are insane. As the stasis traps, they just keep going up. Insane damage. When it comes to the Stalker counts, we are neck and neck. 10 versus 10. The 4 gates not really kicking in yet. Geralt tries to poke in. I mean, now that Midovike can focus on the main fight, he collapses on the main army. Does pick off some Stalkers. Nice trade so far to Mindel. Yeah, with the Guardian Shield, he will come out on top. Chasing Geralt back. Here come reinforcements again. 4 Stalkers at a time. We go for the surround. Yeah, we collapse on Midovike. We do punish him, but here comes the defensive Immortal. And with the help of the Immortal, we should be able to hold on. We have the high ground. We have a choke point. We have the shield battery overcharge soon to be as well. And Midovike will hold. He will shut this down. Once again, we have Geralt trying to catch out the army. Unable to. Is that a 3rd Oracle? It is. 3rd Oracle has arrived. Interesting. Hasn't dealt much damage yet, but has potential. Of course, with stasis traps, with revelations. I guess we may just have it for high ground vision to blink into the main. We shall see. As Geralt is going to be doubling down with Glaive Adepts. We spoke about this previously, but Glaives has been a very common tech choice here of Geralt. He's been in love with it. Very aggressive choice. Meanwhile, he does bleed to the main. Dives in and going for the pylon, and pylon is going to be shut down. Stage trap does finish. Even catching the observer. Very nicely done. We won't get much more though, as it looks like Geralt is going to be forced out of the main. Does blink away. God, that's a lot of adepts. We're warping in 7 adepts at a time. The economies are quite similar between our players, but again, gateways are depowered, and we blink back in. Go back for the dive. We get another 2 pylons, keeping these gateways depowered for as long as we can. And we're waiting for the adepts to pull the trigger. Waiting for that moment. The gateway does survive. Oh, another massive warp in. The adepts are spotted. Midovike is aware. Does rotate around. But knowing is half the battle. And can we even stop this? Yeah, we're committing in. We collapse on top of the army. Shield battery goes down. And we're going for the Immortals. GG gets called. We lock down the army. And Geralt will take game number 1. GG. Geralt will take a lead here. Get a very strong performance so far out of Geralt to be able to pull Midovike apart, to be able to get pop-off with these initial oracles into, of course, a Stalker aggression. Just non-stop aggression from Geralt, and Midovike could barely keep up. He was never able to really move out across the map, was never able to assert himself. He was stuck being the defender. And with that, he did crumble under the pressure, under the aggression of Geralt. We'll see if that continues in game 2. As we are loading in. As we are switching, or as we are headed into game 2, going to be taking place on Alkion. Let's go. Sorry, Oceanborn even. I was guessing, I can't see the screen. Okay. One moment, there we go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Storm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player, representing Storm Gaming, as our teammates down in the series want to bounce back here and now in the grand finals. In this best of 5, it is Midovike. Can we tie things up? We go. So once again, we are settling into our openers. We should be seeing 2 gates from both players, but we'll also keep an eye on whether or not we move out for a proxy pylon for an all-in. This is not the worst map for it. And even in a longer game as well, the 3rd base is a little bit more vulnerable, a little bit more exposed. Can try to pressure and can try to commit. We'll see. Also see if Geralt calms down. As a reminder, at the start of game number 1, Geralt did open up double Stalker into double Adept into a Stargate for Oracle Harass. Like, again, Geralt had no chill. He had absolutely no chill in game 1. refuse to calm down. And is that going to be the case for the entire series? We'll find out. We'll find out. As the probe does dip further in, at the same time, MinnowVK getting across the map, getting eyes on the main. Eyes on the main base. We confirmed the second pylon, so no proxy out of Geralt. Likewise, no proxy out of MinnowVK. If this pylon were to be missing, then we can like scour the map and look for the proxy location, but that is not the case. Not here in Game 2. We're calming things down, and we have our openers of choice. It's going to be Stalker Sentry out of Geralt and Stalker Sentry out of MinnowVK. We're calming things down. We're calming things down. We're not as aggressive as Game 1. We're going to be easing our way in towards the mid-game. We'll see what kind of tech we work with. We'll see where we take this, as a Twilight Council is on the way for Geralt. Do you see what I see? This is a Twilight Council, yes, but we have a cheeky probe hidden on the left-hand side of the map. And Geralt, are we thinking of a proxy pylon? Are we thinking of a Dark Shrine? Ah, he's thinking about it. There it is! Pylon has been thrown down! Twilight Council still on the way. And do we commit to a proxy? That is the question. I mean, the pylon is a little bit late. It is not perfectly lined up. A blink is on the way. And it's being chroned as we speak. So it looks like it's just going to be blink. Okay, never mind. Hallucination goes in. Hallucination is an Oracle, not a Phoenix, trying to once again force an overreaction. But this time, MinnowVK, he's wise to this. As he's across the map as well, does confirm blink, and there it is! It is blink, and there is the Dark Shrine. Oh my, MinnowVK has not scouted this, not yet. He's unaware of what's going on, and because, of course, the Twilight Council was researching it, looks like a standard game. It looks like a standard build. Little does MinnowVK know that we are popping off, that we're animals. Show us the Invisible Man. Now, what I'm concerned by, he's doing the same thing! Let's go! Great minds think alike. I mean, they're teammates, right? They are teammates. DT versus DT. Now, the scary thing here is that one player will hit it first. Geralt, his Dark Shrine is faster. He will hit first. There is no detection. No Observer, no Robo, no Forge, no Cannons, no Stargate, no Oracles. Zero detection capabilities here for MinnowVK. And I can say the same for Geralt. So if the DTs hit at the same time, it can be chaos. It can be pure chaos here. DT versus DT. The problem is that the Dark Shrine is already done. It's already done for Geralt. He's going to hit first. He's going to get damage dealt first, and Geralt is going for a Robo. Robo's on the way. The natural. MinnowVK's expanding! Oh my god! He goes to the expansion, goes to the third base. No Robo, no detection, no nothing. And the game may just end. Now, it's only one DT. If it was two, 100% the game would end. If it was two DTs, but even just the one can get so much damage done. We're waddling into the main base. The probe goes down. We bust into the main as well. GG gets called, zero detection, and Geralt takes a 2-0 lead. GG, well played. It happens to the best of us here. Going for the proxy Dark Shrine, going for the DT opener and having no detection. We've seen Max Bax die to this. We've seen Hero die to this. We've seen Classic die to this as well. Happens to even the best Protoss players out there, where you cut corners, you skip out on the Robo, your opponent goes for DTs, and that's game. That's game then and there. That's aye. GG, well played. Not the game we really wanted here, but it happens, Flappy. It happens. It's unfortunate. This build and this proxy has been less effective this patch just because of the sentry openers and hallucinations. We saw this earlier today, actually, with Ordinary, where Ordinary, he had a PvP earlier and he was able to, with Geralt, and he did scout the proxy Dark Shrine, so he was able to get detection. Did happen in the semifinals on Goldenor, if you remember. So again, because of sentry openers, the chances of the hallucination scouting the proxy is higher, but not 100%, as we just saw. It's not 100% that you confirm the proxy, that you confirm the Dark Shrine with those hallucinations, and It can pass you by. And with that, we're getting into our third game of the series, potentially the final game. I'm hoping we can get it back and forth, but the pressure is on. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have our Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. With a 2-0 lead, one more game is all he needs to be this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player representing Psystorm Gaming down in this series. He has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. It is MiddleVK. See the chat catching up. PvP moment. Yeah. It happens, Five. It happens. Smooch. Feels bad, man. It feels bad, man. As from here, we are going to be opening up 2 gates. A 2-gate opener out of Geralt, a 2-gate opener out of MiddleVK. So far, the openers are looking standard, and we'll see if we can shake off that previous game and settle into a back and forth. I want to believe. The probes do pass by each other, going for their scouts. Which also means that there will not be a proxy. No proxy out on the map. Second pylon has been thrown out for Geralt. Likewise, second pylon has been thrown out for MiddleVK. No proxies, no cheeses yet. I mean, this can still lead into a 1-base all-in. True. Could still lead into the surround. No! Oh, we surround the probe, and MiddleVK will lose his scouting worker. That is scary. Uh-oh. With that, MiddleVK is now playing blind. And as a result, there could be anything on the way. We have double adepts. Okay, double adept opener. This looks like it's going to be leading to a Stargate as well, into Oracle aggression. We'll see. Yep, there it is. Stargate's on the way. Mass aggression here out of Geralt, and MiddleVK has no idea. He has no idea what's coming his way. Geralt's so quick to respond, so quick to react. Once he sees an opportunity, once he sees an opening, he goes for it. He does double down, he does go for it. MiddleVK, meanwhile, going for a Twilight Council opener instead. Working towards Blink, and we'll see if MiddleVK can keep up with the aggression of Geralt, with the Adepts and the Oracles. As the first 2 Adepts move out across the map, and do we double down and do we go for a 3rd and 4th Adept as well? Looks like we won't. We're waiting for the Oracle. Waiting for that Stargate to finish up. And there we go. Stargate is done. Oracle is being crowded as we speak. Going for the Nexus. So we skip the 3rd and 4th unit in favor of the 3rd of the natural base and of the Oracles. Adepts say shade into the main. Probes are going down. We get 2 probe kills already. We can get 3. Can we get 4? Oh, looks like we can. Yeah, 4 probe kills. Very nice damage. The Adept even does escape. Oh my god. The Adept will waddle away. And this is merely the first phase of aggression. We start off with 4 probe kills. We shade back in and going for another. We won't quite find one. Oh, but we do soften up the probes. Yeah, the probes are softened up. No shield battery in the main. And here comes the Oracle. Uh-oh. This is looking a little bit scary. MiddleVK, he's out of position. He's ready here at the natural. He's not ready in the main. He doesn't know. I mean, it was not a sentry opener. He's moving out across the map. Here comes the Oracle. GG gets called. There is nothing in position. No scout, no sentry to confirm. And nothing ready in the main base. And Geralt will take the series 3-0, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Geralt. That was a brutal final game. Again, because the probe went down, Geralt could do whatever he wanted without being scattered. It wasn't just that, it was also the fact that MiddleVK did not open up did not open up Sentry, which means no hallucinated Phoenix Scouts, which means no vision. We had no idea what was coming. We were not ready whatsoever for the Oracle. And the game ended then and there. GG, well played. Again, PvP can be brutal like that. It can be very unforgiving, as we have seen. But what I will say is a shout out to MiddleVK for making it to the finals, for taking down Rebellion for taking down Nicaract. I was favoring Nicaract. I was favoring Nicaract versus Geralt in the grand finals. That's what I was thinking. Minovik says no. Minovik knocked Nicaract down and did have a run. Had an amazing run here tonight. So very well done. Didn't make it to first place. Did not bring down Geralt, but still an amazing performance nonetheless to make it this far in Sparkling Tuna Cup. GG. GG, well played. Likewise, a special shout out to the other semi-finalists, players like Ordinary, players like Rebellion. Ordinary had the best series of the night. Geralt versus Ordinary in the semi-finals was so clutch. It was so close. That game on Golden Aura was wild. It was back and forth. At times, Geralt was ahead. At times, Ordinary was ahead. It was very back and forth, very clutch. I would have loved to have seen an ace match. I would have loved to have seen a game 3 between those two. Regardless, Geralt came out on top and it was an amazing series, and I hope Ordinary returns. I hope I know that I said before that he's been a little bit inconsistent when it comes to his play, when it comes to competing. I hope this is not the last we see of Ordinary, because he played well. Did play well tonight, and I hope to see more. Do hope to see more of Ordinary. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are done with Sparkling Tuna Cup, but we are not done casting, because we have a back-to-back broadcast. Up next is World Team League. WTL, it started 20 minutes ago, so we have some catching up to do. We're going to be catching up on WTL, on World Team League. We may as well just keep the stream going. Whenever we end the stream, we usually lose like 75% of people. So, may as well keep the stream going and not bring it down. I do need a moment to set up the overlays, so I have to set up all the overlays and set up all the assets. And once we're ready, we can jump into WTL. On top of that, if you want to help support this tournament and support these players, check out the Patreon. !Patreon in the chat. If you do wish to support not just the tournament, but the CranKy Ducklings and all of our tournaments. All of our tournaments are funded via Patreon. Events like Sparkling Tuna Cup, events like Sea Duckling Open, and Master Swan Open as well. All 3 events are funded by Patreon, by the community, for the community. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the support that we currently get, and we would appreciate any further support to help grow our tournaments and grow these weeklies. Outside of that, you can help support the event via Matcherino as well. You can do so via Matcherino if you wish. That does help support this specific tournament for a one-time thing, where you can help like just boost the prize pool of this weekly. Otherwise, follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. Follow us on all things CranKy Ducklings. Everything Duckling Pappy. Quack Pappy Quack. Follow us on all the social medias. We're streaming here on Twitch and on YouTube, and the stream is going to be going on a very short break. I'm going to quickly set everything up and then jump into World Team League. See you soon. Who's playing in World Team League tonight? Yo, at the end of the night, we have Team Vitality versus Basilisk. Banger of a matchup, mate. We got Ryung, Solar, and Maru going up against Raynor, Cyril, and Showtime. We have some crazy matches coming up ahead of us. Be sure you're a part of that. Be sure you're a part of Basilisk versus Team Vitality. Otherwise, we'll see you guys soon after this short break. See you soon.
小团章2.0。3D 云朵者，空调座舱，立体机械臂，
的主播八卦，定期的抽奖福利以及爆笑的节奏和评论。关注 SC Boy 官方公众号，365天每天更新，让你与20万猛男一起更便捷的享受我和黄哥给大家带来的快乐。不要告诉别人哟。
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second broadcast of the night. We just wrapped up with a sparkling Tuna Cup with our own weekly tournament here on the CranKy Ducklings. Now we are back with WTL World Team League 2024 Summer Code S Round 9, day number 3. I'm, of course, Show's Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players, these beautiful teams, and the people in the chat. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Again, I hope you are not satiated yet for StarCraft because we have plenty more to come. We just had a wild time at Sparkling Tuna Cup with plenty of PvPs. Again, the highlight there of the broadcast was definitely Geralt versus Ordinary. It was an amazing PvP, led into a pretty intense finals, what I will say, and very unforgiving as well. But regardless, was an amazing event. Now we can focus on our next matchup. We have Twisted Fairy versus Weibo Gaming. We have Nice versus Oliveira in a PvT, Classic versus Hero in a PvP, followed by Stats versus Jeshi in another PvP. So we casted a lot of PvPs in Sparkling Tuna Cup, and I hope you're ready for more. we got more PvPs coming up, Pappy. They're coming. They're not stopping. They never will. They're gonna keep on. At least we're gonna break that a little bit here with Oliveira versus Nice and a Terran versus Protoss. I appreciate that we're gonna be able to embrace something a little bit different, but here we go. We have in the bottom left hand corner Nice for Twisted Fairy, and in the top right we have Oliveira for Weibo Gaming. Here we go. Whew. So again, for those that are curious, this is World Team League. This is, of course, the best or most important team league out there in StarCraft 2. The best of the best teams do compete in this event. Shopify, Team Liquid, Weibo Gaming, Twisted Fairy, Berserker Esports, Platinum R8, and many, many others. They all duke it out week after week to determine the best team in StarCraft. This event has been running for many, many years at this point, for many years. And we're here with a new season. I say new season. We're towards the end of the round robin group stage. Every week we do cover this event, every single week, for every single round, for every single day. And we are here in round 9, at the tail end of the round. And fun fact, there are 11 rounds in total. 11 rounds in the round robin group stage, so we are nearing the end. 2 more weeks left before we get ready for the playoffs. Oh boy. Before the standings are sealed in and we have to commit. Until then, do have our initial probe scout posing a threat. It is going to be an economic opener out of Oliveira, and Nice is doing everything he can to be as annoying as possible. When I say economic opener, single gas. 1 gas opener out of Oliveira is going to lead into a faster expansion, so racks into CC, whether it's CC on the low ground or CC on the high ground, yet to be determined, but an economic opener nonetheless. Meanwhile, Nice confirms he does get eyes on the lack of gas. He chases away at the SCV and does confirm that the CC is placed on the high ground, will barely get away in time. The Marine will not shut down the probe. We can settle into a longer game. So it's going to be an economic safe start out of Oliveira with the positioning of the CC. Meanwhile, Nice yet to be determined. With this economic opener, do we go into a Stargate, for example? Do we go for a Stargate into Oracles, Stargate into Phoenixes, or do we embrace Blink Stalkers? What's it gonna be? What is it gonna be, Papi? Is for now yet to be determined. The Cybercore is done. We have a first Stalker on the way, just to be safe. Just have some kind of army out on the map. Back at home, we follow this up with a factory, so it is not going to be a 1-1-1. That was also on the table for Oliveira to go into a, to go into a 3 racks is what I meant to say, into additional racks, into a faster third CC. For now, factory follow up, and this can lead into a starport. Meanwhile, Nice going for a second gateway initially, so getting up to 2 gates early on, embracing another Stalker. Vying for map control. There is a starport on the way, so Oliveira is working towards a drop. He's working towards what looks to be a Cyclone, even Cyclone Widowmine drop. Cyclone's on the way. Would not be surprised if it's a Widowmine behind it. And we have our tech of choice, Stargate. It was delayed, but the Stargate is on the way for Nice. He's applying pressure with the Stalkers. He's keeping Oliveira pinned back while he's going and working towards, I imagine, Phoenixes. I imagine. Like, Nice, he can sometimes be unorthodox. He sometimes does play his own style and does embrace his own thing. So we'll keep an eye on him as Oliveira moves out to expand, and the Cyclone is here to zone back the army. So Oliveira does zone back those Stalkers, does take his low ground. Nice doesn't lose any Stalkers, thankfully, does pull away in time. And we can see that the medevac is in production. Going to be a Phoenix opener here out of it. Nice. So going to be embracing Phoenixes. This can lead into Phoenix Colossus or Phoenix Charge. Both are viable. Both have their place. But now Stim is not done, and we can bully these Marines. Yeah, Marines are getting picked off one after the other. 2 Marines going down so far. We catch 2 Marines. Ooh, but we do punish this, and we pick off a Stalker. Yeah, massive catch. Well worth it for Oliveira. 2 Marines for a Stalker. That's a brutal trade for Nice. Much better trade for Oliveira. So he's moving out with the drop. Cyclone does pull back, and the tank is getting in position. We have the tank in position. I assumed it was going to be a Cyclone drop, but no, we're moving out with the Marines, moving out across the map. Now, as a reminder, Oliveira does not know what he's up against. He does not know the tech that Nice is working with. Whether it's Twilight Council, Robo, or Stargate, he's in the dark until now. Now he sees, now he confirms the Phoenixes. Marines are going to be able to trade somewhat well, forcing the Phoenixes back, at least a little bit. Yeah, we have to get the hell out of here. We do boost away. Phoenixes, they're on the hunt, looking for that medevac. Nice unload out of Oliveira. Does save the army, does save the medevac. Does zone away those Phoenixes. And here comes the move out from Oliveira. Early tank production. Liberator on the way as well. Oliveira's moving out. He does come across the initial Stalker. And not a bad lock on. Stalkers are caught out. Medevac, ooh, does overextend for a moment there. Does take a lot of damage, a lot of hits. Phoenixes are racing back. Tanks are revealed. 2 tanks already here for Oliveira, and the goal here is to shut down the 3rd. And can he get there? We do force a siege. Nice, does slow down the push. Tanks stay on siege, they slowly push forward, now getting within range. And now we have to commit. And Nice started stepping here with the Marines. They focus on the Zealots. 1 tank is close to falling, and it will fall. But the other tank stands strong. And we're still within range. The Nexus is under fire. Liberator with the natural. 1 probe goes down. Nice reaction, nice response here so far, as we don't lose too much. But yeah, we just pull apart. Nice. GG gets called. As the 3rd base goes down, and Oliveira takes game number 1. It is a loser's pick. So it's up to Nice to pick the staging ground here and to decide where we load in. Where we headed? Where are we headed? As well, we have our map of choice, and we're getting into Golden in top left-hand corner. We have Oliveira. In the bottom right, we had Nice. Whew. Okay. We have our map of choice. Is going to be Golden Aura. And we'll see if Nice can bring it back. Now, what I love and what I appreciate here from WTL is because of loser's pick, it does... Oh, never mind. As we have a bit of a pause. Ooh, and there is a bit of lag going on, so we are going to wait that out. Now, what I was about to say as we wait for the issues to be resolved is that because it's loser's pick, And because players know ahead of time their matchups, they know like around 2 to 3 days, depending on when they play. Like if they play on day 3, they have the maximum amount of time to prepare for their matches, which means Nice, he's had like almost a week to prepare. Almost a week knowing that Oliveira was playing and knowing that he would face off against him and preparing for this situation, for this kind of setup here. If he was down a series, how do we bring it back? Because of that, we've seen a lot of upsets and we've seen a lot of players bring it back in that game too. Oh, as it looks like issues have been resolved and we are jumping back in. Okay. Did already have our intros and we do have Nice opening up here. Back at home, likewise so is Oliveira. Do you see what I see? One gas opener out of Oliveira. So once again, he's going for an economic opener. But as we saw in the previous game, just because the opener is more economic and we're getting into a faster expansion, doesn't mean we can't be aggressive in the aftermath. Again, really early tank production out of Oliveira led into a very early push, which did punish a third of Nice. Wasn't able to save it, wasn't able to preserve it. So we'll see if Oliveira goes for something similar or if we mix it up. We shall see. We'll keep an eye on our players. So we do have our CC on the low ground this time. So Oliveira, he's not playing it safe. He's going for the CC on low ground. Does mean it is exposed to depths and stalker harass. But I'm sure Oliveira is feeling confident. After game 1, I'm sure he's feeling pretty confident in his abilities to defend, to react, to keep this base up and running. We go. So we do have Oliveira moving out. Again, he's scouting for any kind of crazy proxy gateway. Not uncommon to go for proxy gates at the third base location and try to break the natural. So this is not the case, and Oliveira's feeling pretty safe and sound. We can see Nice going for a safety shield battery in the mineral line as well. And interesting, we have our takeoff choice. It's going to be a Robo, not a Stargate. Okay. Now with this Robo opener, this can lead into early Immortals and early Colossus production. That is a really good way to shut down bioaggression. So if Oliveira, for example, was going for a 3-Rax Marine, like 3-Rax Mass Marine stim timing, then Fast Colossus would completely shut it down. As we can see, Nice still trying to get a read on what exactly is going on. We can see that Oliveira is once again going for a 1-1-1, this time making Hellions though. This could be for a Hellion drop. See if he makes additional Hellions. But now Reaper does dip in, shield batteries in position, and we won't lose too much, won't lose anything actually to the Reaper. Reaper's on the way. It looks like we only made the 1 Hellion, so we're not really going for any kind of committed Hellion drop. Starport is done. Tech Lab is finishing up. Do we go for an add-on swap? Hallucination will confirm, and there it is. There's the add-on swap. We're going for the Raven. Not gonna lie, I was gonna be like, yo, are we going for Banshee? Are we going for Tank Banshee? The answer is no. Fast Raven production here from Oliveira, and this can be a pretty brutal timing as well. If Nice were to open up Colossus, then he would be vulnerable to this. Would be quite vulnerable. So Nice does confirm. Let's get eyes on the Ravens. Tanks are now on the way as well. So really fast tank Raven. And we're building up towards a push. Now this move out can be devastating just because even if we have 1 or 2 Colossus, we can disable them with those Ravens and we can just go for the kill. This was very meta like 2 years ago. It was a couple of years at this point when Feast Colossus was all the rage even, and these Raven tank pushes were likewise very meta as well. Now we can see that Nice delayed his Immortal and delayed Tech in favor of a third. Nice took a very fast third Nexus, so very greedy play out of Nice, out of the Protoss, for going for such a fast third, and behind this, now he's going into his Immortal, and now we're teching up into a Twilight Council and a Forge. What does this tell us? This also tells us that we're delaying the Bay. We're delaying the Bay in favor of Charge or Blink, one or the other, both are acceptable here. But it does feel like Nice is aware of the potential of the Ravens, and he doesn't want to rely on one unit to defend, right? He doesn't want to rely on these like key units like Colossus because of how vulnerable they are to those Ravens. So we're embracing a more gateway heavy composition. With armor on the way, it should be Charge. As you can see, the forge is done, plus on armor is in production. Charge is ideal with armor. It's the same philosophy with Ling Bane, where Ling Bane benefits more from carapace, and that's because it allows your chargers to actually survive and get on top of the army. It does allow them to actually collapse and close that distance and swipe away at the Marines. Assuming that we start researching. Yeah, there it is. Charge now on the way. Temple Archives as well for Charge of Archon. We do see Nice moving out with an Immortal drop. It's a very expensive drop, so he has to be careful with it. Very high risk, high reward out of Nice. Is going to be dipping in. And we'll catch some SCVs. One SCV goes down, but here comes the Viking. We force a recall. The Prism getting low. Oh my god, one more shot. It would have gone down. We do recall just barely in time. Whew. Thankfully, it doesn't go down. Thankfully, Nice does survive. And he's settling into his 3 bases. Meanwhile, here comes Oliveira. His main army is going right through the center, and he's going for a double drop on the right-hand side. So split push here by Oliveira. And we'll see what he can get done. We'll see if he's able to distract Nice, able to pull his attention apart, able to slip into that main. We shall see. As here comes a boost into the main. Yeah, the Marines do unload. We do have an army in position. Nice is ready for this somewhat. Charge not quite done, finishing up in 2 seconds. Despite that, we force back the army. We pick off a Stalker. We get one. We get the Zealots as well, going for the Shield Battery. Shield Battery goes down. Zealots as well. We're getting on top of the Immortal at last. We should be able to hold on. Should be able to buy time. We get the Disable on the Prism. Oh my god, massive mine connections. The Prism goes down and we're snowballing out of control. We are pulling Nice apart. We're winning on both fronts. Oh my god, the Archon goes down. Only 2 Immortals survive. And we're dropping into the main to reinforce with the main army or to bring everything together. The Immortal barely survives, but finally goes down. Nice will hold, but it costs him so much. Probe kills, Immortals, Archons, Warp Prism, so many high-value, high-tech units did fall. And Oliveira's not done. Oliveira's not done, not even close. Getting 2 more probe kills. Ooh, Medevac will fall, but we're rallying. We're rallying across the map. We scan the 3rd base. Now, there is a little stack defense. We have shield batteries, we have a cannon, we have an overcharge. That 3rd base is not going to be easy to break. And Nice is consolidating his forces. Remember, he took a fast 3rd and he's fully saturated. Nice still has the better economy. He can maintain himself. And Oliveira sitting in for a Doom Drop. His 3rd base being landed as we speak. Nice stuck on 3 bases, has not taken the 4th yet. And we're dropping in. And Nice was ready at the 3rd, he was not ready in the main. And we stim in. We get a pylon. 2 pylon, just the one. Just the 1 pylon. We pull away. No major losses from either player. At the same time, mine drop into the 3rd. Late reaction! No! Oh my god, massive connection. 6 probes go down. 6 workers do fall. Widow mines will be cleaned up, or will they? We save 1. Do save a Widow mine. Oliveira part here in between the bases. And Nice. Again, still so much pressure on him to get some damage done, moving out with his own charge lots. And Templar in position, their feedbacks. You can try to shut down that medevac. Scan reveals the army. Oh, there's the feedback. That almost goes down. We commit to the drop. We drop in. Go for the probes. Getting 1 extra worker kill. That's 7 probes in total for 2 Widow mines. But the drop has been dealt with. And now we can focus on our main army, focus on our push. Interesting. So it's going to be Immortal into Disruptor. No Colossus. We're getting to double Disruptor production. Now, Nice has potential. Even though Nice is down in supply. He's down in army supply. Like, Nice, he doesn't really have as much to work with. But 1 or 2 good Novas can help make up for that. Nice can potentially trade more efficiently here than Oliveira. So there's a lot that's going to be reliant here on these Disruptors. Meanwhile, Oliveira building up. Oliveira getting to 3 bases, working towards Ghosts. Ghosts are already out. EMPs are available. That means that these Archons are that much less threatening. Vikings are on the way. Vikings are going to be a little bit less effective. I think we're blindly getting ready for Colossus, but there are 0 Colossus. So the Vikings are almost dead supply. Like, they can always land. True. They can land. They can focus on the Warp Prism. They can catch observers. They have some utility here. Just some. Nice EMP on the Nexus. Does deny any kind of recall. Oh, the base goes down. Oh, we leave the ghosts. Oh, the ghosts get left behind. That was a brutal loss there for Oliveira, but he does snipe the base, so worth it. 2 ghosts for a Nexus, well worth it here for Oliveira. Yeah, we spoke about the Vikings, and they will hunt down that Prism. Yeah, the Prism is going to be going down. The Zealots do finish, though. We do warp in, and you can see Nice is headed for the 3rd base. He's rallying across the map, and can he catch Oliveira out? Here come those disruptors, never goes off. Takes down a Marauder, not bad. 1 Marauder goes down. Oliveira does maintain himself. Cleaning up those Zealots. Keeping up with that main army. And once again, getting a Marine. The splits, Papi. Oh my god. We've only really gotten 1 unit at a time with these Novas. And even then, avoiding those Novas one after the other. Yeah, Oliveira, he's snowballing out of control. He collapses on the main army. There was potential with these disruptors, but alas, we did not get enough. We lose every single immortal. The disruptors will recall, they will survive. But the cost of all those immortals. And now Oliveira, he's going for the kill. He's maxed out. He's ready to give his team a solid lead. Reminder, this is a best of 7. Best of 7 between the teams. Sables go up. Novas, they connect with the Widowmines. Not bad connections. Finally. Do connect well, but still not enough. The problem here is that we're still so far ahead. At this point, we can take some shots to the face, and it doesn't matter. Not anymore. Another Nova going to be going off. Again, good connections. But we lost the base. We lost the 4th. At the same time, there was some DT harass. DTs are cleaned up at the 4th, but whoa, they're getting a lot of SCV kills. That's going to be 19 SCVs. Bappy. Do we have another scan? Oh. 19 workers do go down. Nice. He is still in this. The Disruptor survived. We have more Novas. If we can catch the army, we can catch Oliveira off guard. Doesn't Nice still have a chance? Technically, he does. Is technically up in workers, but he's only on 3 base saturation. He needs the 4th. 4th base is on the way. And the Nova won't quite connect, but 2 more go off. Oh my god, the target firing is insane. The splits as well. We avoid so many Novas. That was like, what, 6 purification Novas. And Oliveira, he avoids all of them. Either focusing down the disruptors or splitting in the last second. Finally, a decent connection towards the end. But it is towards the end. The Vikings, they land, they come into play. They want to be part of the fight. A part of the game. Oh my god, another good connection. But Nice barely has a standing army. He's down to a handful of Stalkers, 0 disruptors. GG gets called, and Oliveira will take the series at 2-0. GG, well played. Oliveira takes a lead. I should say Weibo Gaming takes a lead. GG, again, very powerful play there out of Oliveira. Nice, definitely had some opportunities here and there, but for the most part, he was struggling to keep up with the aggression of Oliveira. The non-stop drop play, the multi-prong attacks as well. Nice was pulled apart. Had potential with disruptors, but again, likewise, Oliveira could also split like a madman. It's crazy. Crazy play there. GG, well played. With that, Weibo Gaming take a lead. And now we're getting ready for Classic versus Hero in a PvP. Classic is the ace player for Twisted Fairy. He is going to be coming out swinging. And Hero has been absent for the past couple of weeks. For those that are curious as to what I'm referring to, Hero did announce like a month ago that he was, after DreamHack Dallas, he was not going to be playing in any online events. He was not going to be playing in Kung Fu Cup, in KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, in ESL Open Cup Asia, ESL Open Cup Americas. Hero, he stopped playing in all these online events to practice, to get builds ready to prepare for the Esports World Cup. But he's still playing in WTL. I mean, his team does need him. He's still competing in WTL, so we're seeing Hero for the first time in a while. I appreciate it. I do appreciate seeing Hero once again after a bit of a hiatus or a break from the cameras. We can see Hero rocking that new jersey. And the PvP will begin on Ghost River. For those that are curious, that is a new Weibo Gaming jersey. It has like a DKZ patch. For those that are curious, Dragon Kaizi Gaming was Hero's team for a long time, but they were acquired by Weibo, or at least partnered. Partnered with Weibo Gaming. Here we go. We have Classic in the bottom, top left, top right. We have Hero. We have our two teams. We have Classic for Twisted Fairy and Hero for Weibo Gaming. They gave us no time. They just zoomed in. We are jumping on this PvP. Are going to be jumping on the PvP, and we'll see where our players do take us. For the time being, it is going to be, oh, interesting, Hero hiding his probe in the center of the map. And I mean, as we settle into this, we're loading into Ghost River, of course, one of the smallest maps in the map pool. The smallest map in the map pool has a very short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on a Ghost River. Aggression is favored here. You can see Classic hiding his second pylon further back in his own main. Meanwhile, Hero hiding his own probe out in the center of the map. And now 2 gate openers all around. Classic does confirm. He's looking and he sees that the pylon is missing. Classic knows that something is wrong, something is amiss. The pylon is not where it should be. It's somewhere out on the map. Ooh, and Classic opening up Zealot, actually. Oh, wait, he's going for a gate expand. Uh-oh. Classic opening up with a Max, going for a gate expand, not a 2-gate opener, which means Hero has the potential for 1-base all-in. Hero can punish Classic. For those curious, Classic, he skips the second gateway. He's going for a faster Nexus, a faster expansion. There it is, Stargate first into Nexus, and we can see Hero commits to a 1-base all-in. It's a proxy robo. Okay, so Hero is going for a 1-base all-in, and Classic is going for a greedy economic start. This is the Max Packs opener that Classic is going for, but can he defend? That is the question. Even Max Pack struggles to defend against 1-base all-ins from time to time. He has shown weakness, and we'll see if Hero can pull this off. As for the time being, Stargate is finishing up. Oracle opener here from Classic. And Classic knows that the pylon is missing. He has not seen and he has not confirmed the proxy, but he's playing safe. Shield batteries on the way. Stalkers are amassing. Hero is going immortal first. And he does rock up. Does confirm. Chipping away at those Stalkers. Trying to bleed out that shield battery energy. With the completion of the Nexus, we will have an overcharge. Overcharge is going to be available. Going to be available here as the Oracle does confirm. There we go. We have a full confirmation of the proxy robo. Classic is aware. Oracle heads towards the main, and Hero should have a shield battery. Hero should have a shield battery ready for this. Stalker's poking in. They don't quite break through. Yeah, shield battery is in position. Stalker as well. And here comes the Immortal. We're breaking through. The Void Rays are ready. The first shield battery is going to go down, and we can go for the second. I say that the Void Ray does pop out just in time. Does save the second shield battery. We're holding the line, at least initially. With the help of this War Prism, we can juggle back. We can micro the units. We basically have defensive blink. We can also try to bypass the main army and head into the main. That is a possibility. We can try to just ferry our units into the main base. That's exactly what we're doing. And Classic doesn't see. No shot. Classic is in the dark. He does not spot this. Does not confirm. The army does unload. And we're going for the pylons. And we're going for the production. Voids are being pulled. Second Void Ray has arrived. The Immortal gets surrounded. The Immortal is going to be surrounded. We try to fight back with those Void Rays, but alas, the Void Rays, they go ham. Shield batteries within range, and we just shut Hero down. He loses everything in the main. The Immortals, the Stalkers, Hero Was not ready. He overextends, and Classic he holds. Classic he just completely shuts that down. He lost only 2 probes. Only 2 workers go down. GG gets called, and Classic takes game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. Hero being cheeky, going for the dive in the main. He got punished. He got punished for the dive. He got surrounded. He got shut down entirely. And with that, Classic fights back for Twisted Fairy. GG, well played again. Classic, he is the ace player for Twisted Fairy. He's one of the best Protosses in Korea. He's top 2 alongside Hero, and we have seen Classic and Hero go back and forth in the past. Hero is favored, that is true. Hero is favored, but Classic is no slouch. Classic, he is one that threatens Hero time and time again. And the question becomes, does Classic take the 2-0, or does Hero fight back and tie things up? That is the question. Game 2 is going to be on Crimson Court. It is Hero's map of choice, and we're jumping in. And in the top right hand corner, we have Classic for Twisted Fairy. And in the bottom left, we have Hero for Weibo Gaming. Let us go. We have our PvP. Again, Hero, I did like the choice of committing to the all-in against Classic, but again, you know, we overcommitted, we overextended, we dove, and it was a risky move out of Hero. Got punished quite hard. And we'll see what our answer is going to be this time. How do we approach this? Where are we dropping? Where are we dropping? As probes move out across the map, here on Crimson Courts, we're going to be tempted to go for more standard openers. 2 gates. 2 gate openers all around, but we'll keep an eye on Classic. He has shown us he's willing to spice things up already. We'll see if he does it again. There we go. 2 gate openers. 2 gates out of Classic, 2 gates out of Hero. 2 gate openers all around. Hero going to be tased away, and we're just keeping an eye on things, making sure there's no hidden pylon, no proxies out on the map. Because of this map layout, proxies are a little bit less desirable. The reason why is because there's less locations to hide the proxy. Because of the rocks and the mineral walls, like, so much of the map is just cut off, at least early on, until the mid game. So trying to sneak a pylon out of the map and go for a proxy Stargate or a proxy Robo, it's difficult. It's that much more difficult here. Just because 2/3 of the map are locked out. So we can see that with this map choice, Hero just wants a more straight up early game here. Hero cutting corners. It's going to be a double Stalker opener out of Classic. It's going to be a Sentry opener out of Hero. That Zelda is going to be cancelled, and we cancel the Zealot. Interesting, we start a second Sentry instead. Now, this should be for a faster Nexus. You can see that Hero is banking more minerals. And there it is. Nexus is going to be on the way. So a much faster expansion for Hero. So Hero will have a slight economic lead. The downside is that he has only Sentries to defend. He has purely Sentries to defend. Classic going for a slightly later expansion. Only slightly. Stalkers are moving out. We'll see if Hero can keep up. If he can hold. Hallucination moves out across the map. The shield battery is not ready. Oh, shield battery. Okay, it is going to finish up just in time. And with the completion of the shield battery, despite only having sentries, Hero will hold. Bearing in mind that sentries, they don't tickle anymore. Now they actually pack quite a punch. If you missed out, if you're maybe a little bit unawares, the latest patch of the game, which was a couple of months ago at this point, did buff sentries. They do bonus damage to shield units, to shields. So they do bonus damage specifically in PvP. Which is why sentry openers have been a lot more commonplace over the past couple of months. This year, basically. Over the past 6 months, thanks to that. Here we go. We do see Hero moving out. Behind this, going for a Robo opener. Meanwhile, Classic going for Blink with the Twilight Council. Our players do Divergent Tech. Now, without Blink, Force Field's a king. Like, Force Fields, they can completely just shut down an army. But Hero is spotted. Classic is ready. He does pull back. Force fields are thrown down. And Harry, so Classic is going to be able to pull the boys. He will shut this down. I say that. He will bleed out a Stalker. The force fields are too good. Oh my god. Okay, we bleed out a Stalker for a Stalker. We have a defensive warp in. And Classic holds. Classic will hold on. He shuts out every single sentry. And Hero does have to retreat. Reinforcements have arrived. Hero barely has the Stalker lead. Just barely. No shield battery here on the low ground. Hero, he wants to break through. Does want to break through, and he does come out on top slightly in these trades. Trading 1 for 1. Oof, trading 2 for a Stalker and a Sentry there. Not the best trades from Hero. He does have to pull back. And Classic is building up. He survives the aggression. He's getting to his own Blink. Blink is about to finish. Working towards his own Robo. Meanwhile, Hero doubling down and going for a 3-gate explosion. More prisms on the way. Hero now down in workers. And it looks like he does want to move out sooner rather than later. As he moves out, Classic moves in. Blink is done. The Prism! No, the Prism is under fire. The Prism will barely survive. Whew. Prism does escape. We punish the Stalker. Stalkers go down to the Immortal. They dive into the main. Oh, nothing quite in position. You can see Hero getting ready for that dive out of the main base. The movement, oh my god, Hero! He's in position, he forces a recall. And he will catch a Stalker. One Stalker goes down, lovely movement, lovely read of the situation there from Hero. He does it, cut Classic off. And now we're moving out. He is moving out across the map. Classic has his own defensive immortals on the way. Hero, of course, he can warp in 4 units at a time. There it is. We have the Adepts. The Prism once again. Oh my god. Classic with his movement time and time again. Just out-positioning Hero. And the Prism goes down. No more reinforcements. No defensive micro available either. No Blink. The defensive Blink for Hero. Hero does have an army supply lead, but Classic has shield batteries. What does that say? Shade in. They shade into the main base. Probes are going down. We get 3, we got 4 probe kills so far. We're not done. At the same time, Hero pushing it towards the natural, trying to pull Classic apart. They're trying to, not quite succeeding. Classic is holding. Hero going for his own third. He has map control. With that, he's going to be containing Classic, and yeah, he does take his own third base. Glaives are on the way for Hero. Meanwhile, Hero does rebuild that Prism. Where Prism is rebuilt, which means we can once again reinforce across the map. We can micro back our Immortals, our Stalkers, any unit really. Hero is pushing forward. Let's move forward, going for another big warp in. There are so many Adepts available. Glaives is now done for Hero. And we're sending everything into the main. A massive dive. We commit to the shade. The Prism goes down. Oh, Sentries are stuck with low ground. We do catch these Stalkers. Stalkers, they fall left and right. Massive pickoffs. Stalkers go down. Such a risky move here by Hero. He cancels the shade. Oh, some of them do commit. The others don't. There you have control of both mineral lines. Probes are falling left and right. No safe place for those workers. But Classic's main army is still looking quite strong. Trying to keep up. I say that. The gateways are depowered. Hero, he's pulling Classic apart, getting 12 probe kills. And gets a kill on the Twilight Council as well. Which means no charge, no glaives of his opponent. Upgrades are delayed. And Hero takes the worker lead. On top of that, with the recall, he saves the Immortals. The Immortals are saved. A lot of the army as well does escape. And Hero's got almost double the supply here of Classic. And Classic just pulled left and right. And Hero, he's not done. He has no chill. He's moving out again. Once again, moving out across the map. At the same time, Classic going for an Immortal drop towards the main. There is potential with those Immortals. But Hero, for the most part, is ready for this. It does force back the army. Likewise, shading towards the main. The wall's on the wall! Phew. Hero don't commit. Hero does not commit yet. Ooh, getting caught out instead. And not a bad trade here by Classic. And shuts down some of these adepts. Forcing Classic to flinch. Hero pulling back. Hero does pull away, reinforcing. Rallying out his Stalkers, his Immortals. And Hero doesn't have to force the issue here. I mean, he does have a massive supply lead, but he's up a base. Their Classic still is stuck on 2 bases. That's what matters most right now. He's stuck on a low economy. And we go for the time. We focus down the Prism. We focus down the Immortals as well. And Hero, he's going to snowball out of control. Does bleed out his own Prism, but it doesn't even matter. GG gets called, and Hero ties it up 1-1. GG, well played. Again, Hero and Classic, they often go back and forth, and they must go this way. Once again, they go back and forth as well. Here in WTL with a tied up one left. Jeshi on the right. Oh my god, and we are just jumping right on in and spawning in the bottom left hand corner. We have stats for Twisted Fairy. And in the top left, we have Jeshi for Weibo Gaming. The PvPs do continue. And again, we are just trying to catch up. On what has been going on. Oh. No rest, Pappy. No rest. Just keep it going. And we are loading into Amphion as game number 1. So because of that, gate expands. Something to be pointed out here is the rule. There is an unwritten rule for PvP. If there is ever a map that has a ramp leading into the natural, maps like Side Delta, maps like Post Youth, and Amphion as well, it means that gate expands are available. Gate expands are possible here. They are meta. So with this, we should be having some more economic openers. Now, this can lead into Phoenix Wars. Doesn't have to be, but it can lead there. You can see that actually neither Stats or Jeshi has taken the second gas, which means both Stats and Jeshi want the faster Nexus. They want to avoid and delay their tech. They want to, doesn't mean they can. Cybercores are on the way. Zealots are being prioritized. We have the Zealot on the way for Stats. Zealot is not on the way for Jeshi. Jeshi will check the main. And Jeshi, can he sneak out that base? Looks like he will. Nexus is thrown down. So again, Jeshi, he skips his second gas. He skips the Stargate in favor of a faster Nexus. So Jeshi has the economic lead. Meanwhile, Stats wanted to do the same, but he was delayed. So Stats, now he's in a really awkward position where he doesn't have a fast Nexus and he also doesn't have a fast Stargate. Nexus now thrown down. So this is a better opener for Jeshi. Is a better opener. Stats, to make use of what he has, he's moving up the Zealot. Jeshi could skip the Zealot, so he cancelled. And Stats is moving out across the map to try to gain some value. There is that Zealot for Stats. Alright, catching up. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in. As we do see Stats poking in towards the low ground, does get on top of the pylon. Pylon is going to be able to finish off the shield battery as well. Yeah, shield battery will be able to maintain this. Jeshi is holding and Stats unable to break through. Not yet. As we see Stats trading with these Stalkers. Alas, we have the shield battery to maintain ourselves, so Jeshi should be able to hold on. The sword taking a lot of damage. Oh my god. Yeah, Jeshi has to be very careful here with these units. As Stats is breaking through. Sentry goes down. Second Sentry under fire as well. But the second shield battery does finish up just in time. And Jeshi holds. Jeshi does hold on. Does hold. At the same time, we can see Stats rotating around towards the left-hand side. Trying to muster up his army. Stats going to be the first to expand. Takes a much faster third base. This is a nice way to catch up. Like, Stats is slightly behind, so taking a faster third will help make up for that. As both players are working towards Blink, both players are taking up into their Twilight Councils. Hallucination on the way. Jeshi trying to get a read on what's going on. Trying to get a read on the third base location. As we do see that Jeshi is working towards the third on the left-hand side. Working towards the triangular third. He does confirm the third base of Stats, so he knows he's safe to expand. And we're settling into the mid-game. We are settling in. Gonna be settling in, and oh my, okay. Jeshi, he's gonna be spicing things up here with a Dark Shrine. I just assumed, okay, we're gonna be settling into like Blink Stalkers, into Immortals, and getting up to 3 bases. Dark Shrine is on the way. Now, unfortunately for Jeshi, Stats does have he has a Robo. Stats, he just finished his own Robo. Observer's on the way, so he will have detection. These DTs will not end the game, but they have potential to get some damage done. Ooh, as Stats is knocking down that front door, knocking down those rocks, and Jeshi is not quite in position. Did he miss this? Ooh, he did, but now he does confirm. Jeshi pulls back. Stalker's getting ready. We do force Stats to back off. Stats will retreat. Dark Shrine about to finish. I believe there is an observer with Stats' main army. I don't think he's fully prepared for the harassment, though. Yeah, the observer's with the main army. Second observer's on the way. We have not scouted the Dark Shrine, so Stats does not know he has to prepare for DT harass. Stats does not know. As Jeshi is warping in 2 Dark Templar initially. Interesting. We have one DT waddling through the center. The other DT is going to be dropping into the main. But I believe there is an observer that should scout the first Dark Templar. And nice reaction out of Stats. Bleeds out 1 probe. Does pull away. 2 probes go down, but we shouldn't lose much more than that. And just 2 probe kills. We clean up the DT at the same time. Another Dark Templar does hit the third. I believe. We're in position as well. DT hits the natural, getting 2 probe kills, getting 3 probe kills, 5 in total. But this is not the damage we were really hoping for Jeshi. It's like, it's okay. It's okay getting 5. I mean, it isn't just 5 probes, we're also forcing cannons. You can see cannons being thrown down in every single mineral line. That is resources as well being spent in, you know, things that we otherwise wouldn't want to. So some nice counter damage. Likewise, we can see Jeshi doing the same. Looks like he's a little bit paranoid about DT play from his opponent. As Stats is now moving out. Stats does have the supply lead. The army supply lead specifically. He's going for the Cybercore. Cybercore under fire. Doesn't go down. Jeshi keeps up. Is able to keep up. 4 bases are on the way for both players. Both players getting to their forts. Immortal production well underway as well. And Stats is pushing forward. It breaks down the front door. Cybercore has to be rebuilt. Gateway falls as well. At the same time, we get a warp it into the main base of Stats, but Stats is in position. It does focus on the Prism. Prism goes down. Stats, he's in control. Shuts down the harass. Part outside the main. Has the army lead quite heavily as well. Has a tech lead. He's got Archons. He's got Immortals. Jeshi not too far behind in that respect, but still building up. Still behind. Now, what I will say, the power here of Amphion, as you're noticing here, is that this natural and the third base location are actually really difficult to push into because they're ramps. Because of the high ground advantage, it can be very hard to actually break through this. So technically, Jeshi could just turtle on 4 bases and build up and max out himself. As I say that, the rocks are being knocked down, and this position here is more wide open. So stats can more easily come into a fight, and here we go. That's a lot of Zealots. Yeah, the first Archon is exposed. 1 Archon goes down, the other 2 caught in the back line. Overcharge is popped, and now Stats just has to wait out the overcharge and push in once again. And with only 2 Archons, this is not going to be an easy hold here for Jeshi. Additional Archons would be ideal. And we're just pushing our way in. And Stats still going to overwhelm here. Catching out the Immortals, they're stuck here dealing with Zealots of all things. Immortals are going down, they're exposed, and Stats, he's snowballing out of control, he's breaking through. GG gets called, and Stats will take game number 1. GG. A solid game there from Stats. I mean, the early game was a little bit back and forth, and they both had their own moments, of course, but Stats was able to get into a match faster third, be quite greedy behind it, and snowball that into such a massive lead. On top of that, the Dark Templar weren't really worth it. In the end, the DT harass just was not worth it for Jeshi. Was a big investment that only got 5 probes, and likewise he was also making his own cannons as well. We are loading in. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ocean where we have Stats for Twisted Fairy. In the bottom right, we have Jeshi for Weibo Gaming. Jeshi, the art collector. I don't know if you noticed, behind him, that's not like a table or anything. That's just like stacked art pieces. Like they're all up against the wall on their side. I was like doing a double take earlier, but that's like a bunch of like art frames and art themselves on the ground. Okay. Interesting. The collector. Let's go. We'll see the evolution of Jeshi's room. We'll see if we do actually frame them or put them up on the wall at some point. We'll see. As we are settling in, now in much different kind of setup, a different dynamic. Back in game 1, Amphion did lead into more greedy economic openers. This time, aggression is on the table. Here we go. Protoss streams, yeah, all the PvPs, baby. True. True Shiva Blaster. And so we are going to be settling in. The players are going for their initial 2-gate openers. Pylons have been thrown down, no proxies out on the map, bear that in mind. No proxies whatsoever. Not yet. So we're kind of settling in. Settling in. And we have our units of choice. Okay, it's going to be double Adept here out of Jeshi and double Stalker out of Stats. Okay. We do have our units of choice. With this double Adept, their goal is to bypass the Stalkers, get across the map, and get into a mineral line and get some economic damage done. At the same time, Stats with double Stalker ideally would catch those Adepts, move out across the map, and really assert themselves against the army of Jeshi. So we'll see who does come out on top. As Jeshi's doubling down. Okay, double Adept into a 3rd and 4th Adept, and we can even go up to 5 and 6 Adepts as well. Can just double down and not stop Adept production. Oof, but the completion of that pylon means that we do have to reveal ourselves. And we have to focus on that pylon. Stalkers have arrived behind the Stats, going for a Stargate, going for Oracle production, going for his own aggression. And 2 Stalkers, they can go toe-to-toe with 2 Adepts, but 4 Adepts, that's a different story. And they have to reveal themselves. And they focus on the pylon. Stats is aware. He backs off with those stalkers. Gets the hell out of here. And we are indeed doubling down and going for a 5th and 6th adept as well. Now, on the one hand, these adepts have a lot of potential to harass and get a lot of economic damage done. On the downside, though, are we ready for the Oracle? Because we have not scouted. We're not ready. We have not seen a single thing across the map. We have no idea that an Oracle's on the way, and we are not ready. There's no shield battery in the main base. There's no stalkers. Nothing shoots up for Jeshi. This one Oracle can pop off and wreak havoc. And we'll see as the stats is moving out towards the natural. He's moving out across the map. Shield battery now on the way for Jeshi. But it's not done. And it's not in the main! Uh-oh. It's not in the main base. Sentry's on the way. Is being warped in. And the Oracle's going to go ham. Does focus on the Sentry initially. We have a defensive Oracle back at home. Stalkers as well. We're shutting this down. Probes are falling. We're going to get 4 probe kills across the map. Adepts, they will shade in. They do break through. They break through the wall. They shade into the main base. We need some counter damage, and probes are going down. We're going to trade 5 for 5. And the scary thing about what just happened, that's like an even worker trade. True. But Jeshi lost his army. He lost his army to make that happen. Stats didn't lose anything. He still has all his stalkers, still has all of his oracles. Both of them survived. And Jeshi's in trouble. Jeshi is in a lot of trouble. He's heavily behind in army supply. And Stats is going for a massive counterattack. Oh boy. Jeshi, can we survive this? Can we hold on? I'm not sure we can. There is a shield battery. It's under fire. We're going to be able to focus it down. Oracles, they dive in. We can focus on the sentries. They fall one after the other. One Oracle does fall. There is an immortal, thankfully. There is an immortal on the high ground. Jeshi holds. Jeshi is holding on, but I spoke too soon. The boys are being pulled. Stats has to pull back, has to respect the boys. Sentries catch a stalker. Not bad. We do pick up a stalker, but with the arrival of the first immortal and with the second immortal on the way, Jeshi should be able to hold on. I say that with these force fields, we can still try to slice up the army and break through. It's going to be close. Yeah, we're going straight for the immortal here. Down to half HP. We back off, we dive back in, and the shields are triggered. But the immortal goes down. The immortal falls down to 2 stalkers, down to 1. 1 stalker remaining, but the immortal does come out just in time, and we hold. Jeshi, he fully surrounds the army, does hold on just barely. Whew. With that, Jeshi survives, but Stats still has that worker lead. And back at home, we're building up and we're getting ready for Immortal Adept. Glaives are on the way. Immortals are amassing as well. Stats, he's not pulling his punches. He's getting ready for a 2-base all-in. Look at that gateway explosion. Oh my god. That's 5 gates on the way. That's a lot of gateways. Phoenix as well, because why the hell not? Can help Micro, of course. Can focus on the Prism. That's going to be a 7-gate 2-base all-in here for Stats. Jason's moving out. The gateway's not ready yet. Stats still needs a little bit more time for his army, for his warpins. Here we go. Jeshi diving into the main. Stats likewise moving out with that War Prism. Means he has that much less to defend. Here we go. We do ferry everything into the main. We juggle in. Going for a warpin as well into the main base of Stats. Stats, no shield battery in position. Uh-oh. No shield battery going for the pylon. Gateways are depowered. Jeshi trading well. Stats is supply blocked. He is supply blocked. He does need some more deepers here. Deepers? Pylons even. He needs to warp in. He needs to break through at the same time. He's warping in across the map. Does warp in aggressively. He's up to 2 immortals. It looks like Stats, he should barely hold on here. 1 immortal goes down to 1 left. 1 immortal for both players. Adepts, they do dive in. And Stats is holding. Stats, he will shut this down. Meanwhile, across the map, he's still wreaking havoc, still getting more probe kills. And we're getting ready for the counterattack. Once Stats defends, he's moving out. As the drop is still catching more probes. Not bad. No, we rally in. No. The Immortal has to get the hell out of here. And Eps is still wreaking havoc. We do force a recall. The Immortal does barely survive. And barely makes it back home. That Phoenix is on the hunt. We're going for the Prism. We should bring it down. Here we go for the Warp in, but alas, there's no saving this army. We get the Immortal, we get the Stalkers, the Prism falls. 2 Adepts left. And now Stats, he can break free. He's done defending, he's had enough. He can move out across the map and focus on his push. The economies are quite similar between our players, quite comparable. Sheshi getting a 3rd base. Oh my, he's crazy. He's taking a 3rd. Can he hold on? I mean, if he can hold on to it, that's going to be game. It's going to be a massive lead here for Jeshi if he can survive and hold on to this base, but Stats is not really thinking that far ahead. Look at how many Adepts we have. Remember, 7 gateways, 4 Stats. Mass Adept, we pick up the first Immortal. We are breaking through. Shield battery goes down. First Immortal falls for Stats. Trading 1 for 1. Second shield battery falls. Yeah, we're getting us up the final arm here. The final units of Jeshi. Barely has anything left. GG gets called. And Stats will take the series 2-0, forcing the ace match. Let's go. Whew. GG, well played, Stats. He will shut Jeshi down, committing to his own 2-base all-in. Jeshi was getting damage done, but remember, it was costing him supply, costing him army to try to cripple the economy of his opponent. It just was not worth it in the end. Now we're going all the way to Game 7. All the way to the ace match. Let's go. And the question becomes, is it going to be anyone other than Classic versus Hero? That's the question. It's got to be another PvP, right? It has to be Classic v Hero. No shot it's anyone else. No shot, papi. We shall see. As regardless, it's going to be on Oceanborn. That's going to be our ace map of choice. We do know that Hero has been intentionally hiding builds and like hiding his play, and we have our ace players. It's going to be Classic versus Oliveira. Okay, I was certain it was going to be Hero versus Classic, but I think this is just because, again, Hero wants to hide his builds. And Weibo Gaming have good standing in the tournament. They have really good standing in WTL. So Hero, he's going to, again, preserve his play. He's going to preserve his build. I'm sure his team is behind him in that choice. I mentioned before that Hero has been intentionally avoiding tournaments and avoiding online events, specifically for EWC. And Oliveira rises to the challenge instead in a best of 1. Oh boy. The best of 1 is upon us. And again, this can go either way. Comes down to one final game. Oh, as we are jumping in. And in the bottom right hand corner, we have Classic for Twisted Fairy. And in the top left, we have Oliveira for Weibo Gaming. WBG. Let's go. We have our Terran versus Protoss. We have a Classic versus Oliveira. One final game to determine who will advance on or who will claim the series. Who will not. Again, Weibo Gaming have really good standings so far in the event. Twisted Fairy less so. They do need a win here. Twisted Fairy have been struggling a lot more. Like, Classic is a strong ace player. Stats is still recovering and still building up and still trying to recover, you know, the skill and the level that he was at before he went to the military. Stats is still walking that road. And as a result, Twisted Fairy have been struggling a little bit more. Here we go. Now are settling in. For now, Economic Opener. Economic Opener out of Oliveira. It's going to be a single gas, so it's going to be a Rax Expand from our Terran player. And Classic, do we embrace a Twilight Council or a Stargate or a Robo? Our tech of choice yet to be determined. We'll wait for the Cybercore, of course, before we can figure that out. we go. This is also going to be a rematch. For those that were here earlier this week, Classic and Oliveira, they faced off in ESL Asia. ESL Open Cup Asia, the finals was Classic versus Oliveira. Classic did come out on top, if I recall correctly. I mean, yeah, Classic, he won KSL and ESL Asia this week. And we'll see if Oliveira can get his revenge. See if he can get his revenge here. Oh, was it this week or last week? Yeah, it was this week. ESL Asia 236. It was a best of 5, and Classic did take the series 3-1. Did take down Oliveira 3-1, but one map is all you need. One game is all you need here. Classic's done it. Sorry, Oliveira's done it before. Can he do it again? As the Adept does shade in. So far we're keeping up, and the Adept is going to be forced back. It does not get the Marine. Whew. Very nice control there from Oliveira. Likewise, Classic barely does escape as well. So both players preserve their units, but you can see that Oliveira, he's on the hunt. He's on the hunt for that Adept. He's looking for it, and will he come across it? It's low. The shields are regenerating. It looks like we will survive. Adept does make it back in time. And Oliveira, okay, so it's going to be a Rax expand, true, into something different, into a 3cc, 3 Rax. Very greedy build here by Oliveira. He's got 3 CCs on the way, that 3rd CC is almost done, and we do have 2 more Raxes, so 3cc, 3 Rax. This does mean that the sim timing is later than normal, compared to a regular 3 Rax, so the sim timing is going to be a little bit later. It does mean that Classic has a lot of freedom, Classic has a lot of breathing room, and Classic can cut corners and be greedy. If only he knew. Classic has not scouted. He is not aware of how economic Oliveira is being. Classic throws down 2 more gateways. It's going to be 3 gate blink. Very safe play out of Classic. This will lead into an expansion to a 3rd base, but the 3rd is going to be delayed in favor of an extra gateway and in favor of warpins. So again, Classic, he will have a slightly later expansion. Meanwhile, Oliveira, Stim is on the way. Combat shields, 3rd of the factory as well. Oliveira has yet to actually land on his 3rd location, but he will do so once he's fully saturated. Once saturation is complete, then we take the base. As we can see, Classic going for the bay before the 3rd as well. So again, this is all really safe play from Classic. He's opening up 3 gate blink into a bay with the Robo, with the safety Immortal into Colossus. The 3rd base has yet to be thrown down. It will eventually for Classic, but again, it's quite late, and that means that Oliveira has a nice lead. Oliveira has a nice economic lead here. And Classic ideally has to make use of this army. The Observer does confirm the 3rd base is already done. 3rd CC is completed. Sim about to finish up in 7 seconds. And we will pick up an SCV. Stim is revealed, and yeah, we're going to lock this down. We're going to bleed out so many Stalkers. 2 Stalkers do fall, 3 of them escape. Nice catch there from Oliveira. And now we take the 3rd. And Oliveira does have quite an economic lead. Again, because of the openers, because of the builds, Oliveira, he's looking good. You can't really see it yet, but once that 3rd base kicks in, Oliveira is going to snowball out of control in the mid-game. He's going to really, really have a boost to his production and a boost to his army with that 3rd CC. And there's a lot of pressure on Classic, and hey, we catch out a Marine. Oh, trading 1 for 1 with a Marauder. That's not going to be 1 for 1. We're going to lose everything here. The Stalkers are all going down one after the other. This dive was not worth it. Not worth it for Classic. You can see the reaction on cams as well. Scan reveals the 3rd base, still getting saturated. Oliveira's going to be feeling good. You see here, 7 Stalkers for 2 SCVs, 2 Marauders. Ay, ay, ay. Classic is in a bit of trouble. Is in trouble here. He's going to be stuck at home. Classic still building up towards the 2nd Colossus. Again, the Colossus is good, but Oliveira is going to be able to snowball. He's going to be able to build up and go for a split push. For now, just getting map control, shutting down all these pylons. Classic does pre-split his army. I do appreciate it. He has a Colossus at the natural and a Colossus at the third. But this does also mean that individually these locations are weaker if Oliveira goes for a committed push. If Oliveira consolidates his army, then Classic can be caught out. As we can see, Oliveira, he catches the Observer, working towards Viking production, Ghost Academy. Like, honestly, there's no rush for Oliveira. Like, Oliveira's in a really comfortable position. There's no rush to go for a big push yet. He's just getting further ahead. 4 CC is on the way. Vikings are amassing. Ghosts are on the way as well. Oliveira, you can see now, earlier they had similar supplies, now saying, just wait for the third. Third is now up. And look at Oliveira just skyrocket ahead there in that army supply. And that's going to keep going. That is going to keep going. Classic needs a fourth. Classic needs a fourth base. For now, working towards Storm, extra gateways, Forge is on the way. The problem is that even if he tries to take a fourth base, I don't know if he can hold on to it. That's the problem. Oliveira has map control. Has control of the map. Fourth base is now on the way, is spotted and confirmed by Oliveira, and now Oliveira's win condition, deny the fourth. Deny the fourth base. Depths will delay the fourth of Oliveira. Very nicely done. SCVs are going now. Oliveira not ready for this. He's not in position. Forced to pull the boys. Oh my god, so many SCVs are going to be going down because Oliveira doesn't want to turn around. Oliveira, he is committed. He's going for the dive. Storm not yet complete. And he wants the fourth base. Oliveira may lose 8 SCVs, which is good damage, but he denies the fourth, and that's even more important. Why? Because Oliveira is still ahead in workers, plus mules, plus his 4 CC is almost done. So he's up a base compared to the Protoss. That is terrifying. Typically, in a TVP, Protoss needs to be up a base to be even. To be even or to maintain themselves against a Terran. And that's just not happening. I say that Zealot Runby coming in, very important here for this Zealot Runby to buy time, get some damage, force a lift, force back the army. But we have reinforcements. And reinforcements are in position. Oliveira will clean this up. It's going to cost him more SCVs, which is good. But we deny the fourth again. And Oliveira is about to max out. Oliveira, he's about to max out. And Classic is still stuck on 3 bases. And what can he do? I mean, he has Storm. So the ideal here for Classic is to catch the army. He needs to catch the army. He needs to be in position. You can see he's ready here at the fourth. He's expecting the army of Oliveira. And here come the storms. Oh my god, massive storms do connect. Good start. Solid start here for Classic, but it's not done. It's not over yet. Some EMPs they connect. Zell's coming in from behind, catching out some of those ghosts. Yeah, Vikings, they push forward. EMPs will connect. The Colossus go down. The army crumbles. The Immortals do crumble here. But the Colossus survives. We hold. Classic does barely hold on. Impressive. Very impressive there. Again, the storms were really held there for Classic. We had some amazing storms on the bio. One Colossus barely held on as well. Before within shield battery range and overcharge range as well. I mean, I say overcharge. Shield battery range at least. Overcharge wasn't available. But with that, Classic barely holds on. Oliveira still has the perfect economy and still has map control, but Classic, he's in this. Now that we have a fourth base, we are in this. Classic moving out. Has to be careful. He's so heavily reliant on these storms, on these High Templar. Here we go. Second Robo's on the way to get into double Colossus and double Disruptor production. We're working towards it. Meanwhile, Oliveira, I do appreciate that he's working towards Libs. Liberator production has begun. Classic getting a 5th base on the way. Bold move. It's in production. +1 air attack does show us that Classic is thinking about Skytoss. He's getting ready for that game state. Hoping he can embrace it. It is Classic. He is quite fond of Skytoss in TVP or PvT. But the freedom has arrived. We have liberation. The armies miss each other. Uh-oh. And Oliveira, does he respond? Does he commit? He does pull back. He's pulling back home. Oliveira out of position. Storm doesn't quite connect. Classic pulls away. But Classic is buying time. Oliveira's maxed, and he's not doing anything with the army. Oliveira, he's maxed out, he's stuck maxed out, which means Classic is catching up. It's catching up in terms of supply. 3-3s on the way for Oliveira. We have a back and forth. And Oliveira does find the base, but won't quite get it. Gets an EMP, but Classic is in position, catching out the army. Ooh. We do chip away at those stalkers, but we bleed out a Ghost. That was a big pickup. Ghost goes down. Liberation has arrived, zoning Classic away. Classic rotating over. Likewise, Oliveira keeping up. Both armies are now maxed out. Armies are maxed. And Oliveira, he goes for a run by. It looks like he will catch the base. A nice stutter stepping, and the Nexus will fall. Big pickup. Despite the worker counts, we're not able to make use of those workers. Not going to be able to mine efficiently. Nexus does fall. This does fall as Classic. He does rotate around, pushing right in, but Liberation has arrived. Libs are sieged up. Yeah, we cannot push into this. Not into all these Liberation zones. And this is where Classic needs Skytoss. This is where I would love to see Stargates and a Fleet Beacon. As both armies are maxed out, but pushing into these Liberators, it's not going to happen. Not with the ground army. We can see Classic trying to find a way in. Liberators, they do siege up in time, punishing so many Stalkers. Stalkers are going down. Classic has to back off. And where are those Stargates? Where's the Fleet Beacon? I mean, we have no Stargate. We can't make a Fleet Beacon. So I'll keep my eye out for. Classic rotating around, catching out some Liberators. Nicely done. Liberator's going to go down. The others are laid to siege, but despite the storm, we can still break through. Oof. Classic bleeding out a lot of supply there. Does catch some more Liberators. 3 of them go down. We're down to 3. Only 3 lives left. Is that going to be enough? Nice EMPs on the main army. Storm does zone back to the bio. Massive storms. Oh my god, we walk into them. Storms do pop up, but you can see how battered and bruised the army of Classic is. It's so softened up. Another big storm though. Another massive storm here on the bio. The bio army melts, and Classic, he's barely breaking through. The Colossus goes down. But Oliveira needs time. He needs time for reinforcements. He has a bank. But where's the army? The army barely not here. Classic going for the kill, going for the dive. It breaks into the main base. Another storm on the bio. Once again, we stand in the storms. If Oliveira can hold on, then we can survive this. We can take a lead. But the Warpin finishes. The Zealots, they do finish up, and Classic, it looks like he has done it. He's came to the production, breaking into the main. Oliveira just needed a little bit more time. And Classic, the killer instinct to just go straight for the kills, straight for the production. There is no detection though. Ghosts are cloaked. Uh-oh. They are cloaked. And they will clean this up. Oliveira holds. Oliveira is barely holding on. Cleans up the Archons. The Observer has arrived, but too little too late. It's close though. Do we barely hold on? Liberators do siege up, and yeah, we can focus on the final Immortal. And Classic has to back off. I say that, here comes another wave of reinforcements. 1 Immortal. We have 9 Stalkers as well. They're blinking on the army, walking past the liberation zones. Liberators go down. We're trying to juggle back, trying to avoid some of these shots. Oh my god, it's still so close. Again, Classic, he can smell victory here. He's so close to breaking Oliveira. High Templar come in. No storms yet. Oliveira going for a Mule Hammer. And Classic, he retreats. He does retreat for now. He's waiting for that energy. He's waiting for those storms. Likewise, Oliveira making 4 libs at a time. Oliveira scans, he's checking for a fresh base, confirms there is none. I mean, none on the right, but there is one on the left. Classic on 5 bases. Pushing on forward. Nice EMP on the Stalkers, but here come the Storms. And once again, we blanket the army. The Storms are becoming a little bit too much. And with the power of Storm, Classic, can he do it? He's so close. Servers have arrived. More liberation. Remember, this all started with Classic catching 3 Liberators. Like, if it wasn't for that, it would have been a very different game state. Very different kind of scenario here. If we had those 3 Liberators earlier. Going for another massive warp in. Classic mainly relying on Charge Archon. No Storms left. All the High Templar had to morph into Archons. No Storms remaining. Pushing into a Planetary is going to be brutal, as we will barely get a kill in the CC. Yeah, one CC goes down, the other's under fire. At the same time, nuke across the map in the midst of all of this. He's crazy. The nuke, it's gonna land. A massive connection. The mineral line goes down. Classic, his economy in shambles, but he does have another base on the right-hand side. It's on the way, still not done yet. But a massive nuke there from Oliveira. Classic reinforcing with more Zealots. Going for the Planetary, does dive in. Unable to break through. Unable to break through. Oh, there's 2 High Templar in that prism. There's 2 Storms. 2 Storms are available. Army rotating around. Storms coming in. Up! Oh, the EMP just in time, but 1 Storm will land. Oh, that's a massive Storm as well. We sanded it. The Ghost, they stood in the Storms. They collapse on the main army. Liberators are putting in a lot of work, but the Stalkers, they do focus them down. It's so close. 1 Liberator left. Liberator falls. And it looks like with these Stalkers, with these reinforcements, yeah, Classic, he takes the fight. Yeah, once again, the Storms have been the bane here of Oliveira in this entire game. So much value out of these Storms. And we can keep pushing once again, pushing into the main. Came to the production. Reinforcements are trickling in. Nice control. We focus on all the Zealots. The Prism getting low as well. The Prism is getting low. We're down to 3 Stalkers. Classic barely unable to break through. He won the fight, but could not camp the production. He was punished for it. Down to 2 Stalkers. Scan reveals the base on the right-hand side. We also revealed saturation on the left. Classic has mining. And Oliveira has to do something about it. Still a very tense game. Very low eco. Very low army. Double jump on the right. Looks like a move out on the left. But the main army is spotted. Once again, High Templar morph in. 3 High Templar. Storms are available. And as Classic is ready on the right, he is exposed on the left. The base getting very low. We have the recall, but it doesn't save it. Does not save the Nexus. Nexus goes down. Classic down to 1 base economy. 1.5 bases, really. Again, doesn't take many Marauders at all to focus down a Nexus. It's pushing in. 2 High Templar ready for their Storms. They're in the Prism. They're in that War Prism. Scan reveals the positioning. Oliveira keeping up. Oliveira is keeping up. It does have the supply lead, but again, everything can change here. with one storm. The EP! No! We catch the Prism! Prism goes down. We still have 3 more. Head Templar! And more storms coming in. They do connect. Forcing back the army, but we're running out of gateway units. We're running out of zealots, running out of stalkers, and there's no other backbone to the army. Without storms, what do we have left? Nothing. Oh my god, another storm will connect, but on their own, there's just no follow-up, no reinforcing army. Oliveira has done it. GG gets called, and Oliveira will take the game and will win it all for Weibo Gaming. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations here, as Oliveira does take it just barely here in the end. It was very close, very back and forth. Oliveira had a massive lead early on with that faster third base. He had a supply lead, but he was unable to break the fourth base of Classic. Classic survived, back and forth. Some intense moments where Classic caught out the Liberators. We had multiple times where Classic was camping the main base. We had broken through the main army, but he barely did not have enough to maintain his position in the main. It was eventually forced out time and time again. Oliveira brought it all the way back. GG, well played. Congratulations to Weibo Gaming as they do take the series. And we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, Basilisk versus Team Vitality. See you soon. Let's go.
打开微信，搜索公众号“星际老男孩 SC Boy”， 这里有每日的直播预告、重要的赛事报道、精彩的视频剪辑、有趣的主播八卦、定期的抽奖福利以及爆笑的节奏和评论。关注 SC Boy 官方公众号，365天每天更新，让你与20万猛男一起更便捷的享受我和黄哥给大家带来的快乐。不要告诉别人哟。
7 between Basilisk and Team Vitality. Some of the shares as they were otherwise unavailable, and no, we're just jumping right on in. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have Maru for Team Vitality. And in the top right, we have Rainer for Basilisk. Let's go. Now, if you're curious, why are there no webcams available right now? Why do we see some still images? That is because this is played via replays. Usually, if the players are unavailable, like if they have something else going on, if they're otherwise preoccupied, maybe another event is scheduled, or maybe they're just not available to play at the allocated time, then if the other team agrees, they can play ahead of time, submit replays to the organizers of WTL, and, you know, we are now going to be going over said replays here. That is usually the case as to why there are no cams. If you ever see that, that's why. Outside of course, Max Pax, who we also have a cam on, because he looks just like Artanis. There you go. Meanwhile, 2x Reaper. It's going to be 2x Reaper here out of Maru. A much more aggressive start from our Korean Terran, and we'll see if Rainer can keep up. Now, I believe Rainer is not currently in Korea anymore. He was in Korea for a long time this year. For a couple of months, he was in Korea. But Rainer has returned to Europa. No longer in the land of Korea. Just bear that in mind, as we are going to be selling in. With this 2x Reaper, the goal here is to contain the Zerg player on 2 bases, to deny the 3rd base for as long as we can, and to keep Rainer back and get ahead economically. Get ahead. Get into our follow-up. We'll see if Rainer can keep up. Great PvP night. It has been. Has been bad. So now we are settling into our ZVT. We do see that Rainer's moving out with those overlords. He has not confirmed the setup at the natural base. So Rainer goes for the 3rd, and we'll see if he can hold on to the 3rd base. I mentioned before that the goal here is to deny that expansion. Reaper does dip in, going behind the mineral line, does not quite get the drone. Quick morph in there by Rainer. Does keep the drone alive. Reaper rotating around, checking the main. Behind this, we have an extra wave of Reapers on the way. Maru does confirm the expansion, and we're making an extra pair. So typically we would stop at 3 Reapers, but if you scout a 3rd base, we get up to 5. 5 Reapers is the lucky number, is the ideal to force a cancel. So 3 Reapers have arrived, and we have 2 more on the way. 2 more Reapers in production, as it looks like we have given up on the base, actually. It looks like there's just too much progression on that expansion. The Queens will hold, and the Reapers have to back off. We won't force a cancel. Not anymore. So, honestly, a really good position here for Raynor. Really nice position, as he does save the base. And Maru behind this going 3cc. He's going 3cc, 2-1-1. So, very greedy follow-up here from Maru to help make up for the otherwise deficits. I would say that Raynor is ahead. Maru was looking for damage and he didn't find it. This is a big commitment here from Maru and he did not find enough damage. Does poke in. Does a poke in, does dive into the main base as well. Link speed has finished. And with Link speed, we can punish these Reapers. There's no way out of this. They are locked down. And Maru is going to be shut down here in the main. Gets 1 drone kill, but again, that's less than ideal. Raynor has map control. Back at home, Maru is working towards Stim. You can see here, 5 Reapers for 1 drone and 2 Lings. Not worth it. Not worth it for Maru. Raynor takes a lead. Back at home, Maru getting to his 3cc 2-1-1. Reactors on the way, Starport ready for an add-on swap, ready for drop play. 2-1-1 leads into a Stim timing and into Marine drops across the map. 16 Marines, 2 medevacs. That's what we are building up towards, and Raynor will confirm. The Overlord gets eyes on the 3rd CC that's already done, so Raynor is aware that it was a 3cc variation. And he's also aware to get ready for the drop play for the medevacs. We are getting ready for those medevacs. And double E base behind this as well for Maru. Working towards his upgrades. And basically, Raynor knows he's free to drone until the medevacs arrive. So there's a window. There's a window where he can just drone up quite heavily, tech up as well, getting to his own Evo chambers, lair, Bailey nest, and then focus on his Link production. And here comes a mid-vac from Maru, and now this is when Raynor needs his army. So you can see Lings are on the way. Queens are pushing forward. From this point, we just have to keep up with the army of Maru. So far, so good. So here we go. We are going to be stimming in. Diving on the Queens. Queens, so far, they maintain themselves. Nicely done here by Raynor. Does transfuse, does hold on. Double jump on the right-hand side. But again, Raynor is in position and will force the pick up. Yeah, 3 Marines going down. So you see Maru pushing forward, but again, Raynor, he's keeping up, like, no major damage yet. Like, sure, Maru has map control with these drops, and he's threatening Raynor, but back at home, Maru, he's just getting his 3rd base up and running, working towards his upgrades, building up towards his tank-based army, and getting ready for a follow-up push. We're getting ready for an eventual tank move-out. So far, Raynor maintains himself. He's on 4 base saturation. Are able to get up to those 4 bases. And Maru's now moving out with, I believe, a 2nd pair of drops. He's got 2 drops towards the left, and he's got his main pushed in the center. We're actually moving out with his tanks as well. A bold move. I don't think he can really threaten a base. He can maybe threaten the gold. More importantly, he has to clear up this creep. There's a lot of creep to work through. A lot of creep to clean up. And gets a stray drone. Drone goes down. Creep is receding, and we can now threaten the gold. The gold that Raynor happens to be trying to take. Yeah, the tanks do siege. We jump over the wall, and yeah, this base was a little bit too ambitious here for Raynor. It's going to be shut down. At the same time, you can see Raynor going for a Link counterattack, and the wall's open. The wall is wide open. The Lings are going to be, SCVs are going to be going down to the Lings. Massive Link counterattack. And Maru not quite ready for this. Has some reinforcements, but not much more than that. And Marines are going down, SCVs as well. Maru caught with his pants down. Meanwhile, across the map, Bailing speed is not done. Uh-oh. So Maru is losing 9 SCVs, which is some good damage, but he also denies the base and he's pushing in towards that third. Nice whole position micro there out of Raynor. Trading as best he can, gets 13 SCV kills. Lings are racing back for a surround. Bailing speed just now finishes. It finishes up just in time. Now we can collapse in. And Raynor, he will shut this down. Lings, they get on top of the tanks. They're left exposed. We have to pick up. We have to get the hell out of there. I'm loving the drop onto the other side of the mineral patch. So Maru still trades as best as he can, but he will lose this position. The tanks still do fall. Nice target firing on the Bailings. Again, Maru trading as best he can, but Raynor holds. Raynor holds on. He's on his 4-base setup. 5th base is on the way. At least the 5th base was denied as Maru takes a 4th. And Raynor will expand on the left-hand side instead. The gold is denied. A creep was cleared up. Hive is done for Raynor, working towards Adrenal, working towards Cracklings. Unless I missed it, I don't think there's any major Hive tech yet. No Ultra Cavern or anything of the sort. As the medics are getting a little bit low, dropping into the main. Yeah, it's just going to be Ling, Bane, Viper for the time being. No Hydrogen, no Ultra Cavern. But the Vipers are meant to deal with these medevacs with their parasitic bombs and abductions. Ooh, as a full medevac goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal loss there for Maru. Full medevac does fall. You can see Raynor getting ready once again for another Ling run by here towards the right-hand side. But Maru, he wants that 5th. He denied the gold earlier. Does catch out these things and the Bailings as well. Yeah, very nice catch here from Maru. He denies the 6th. Getting on top of the 5th. Trading well against these the Ling Bane. But at the same time, oh my god, massive mine connections. Oh my god, the Lings melt. The Lings, they get shut down for the most part. They're still getting some SCV kills though. Friendly fire from the Widow Mines. 8 SCV kills, but that was not the worst trade for Maru. He killed a lot of Lings there with those Widow Mines. Does a lot of damage. And we have our answer. Raynor's going Ling Bane into Ultra. No anti-air or no Hydras, no Spire. Bailings are being morphed in, and Maru does miss them. Oh, I spoke too soon. As Maru does end up rotating over. Does find the Bailings, does shut them down. Raynor's on 5 bases, still trying to take a 6th. Mine drop here. Oh, is gonna take down all the Bailings, not bad. Bailings do fall. Another massive Ling. These Ling Ramets have been brutal here as the wall's open. Maru doing his best hero impression. The wall is not a wall. We bust into the natural, bust in towards the threat as well. Maru does deny the gold. But back at home, SCVs are falling. That's a lot of SCV damage. Oh my god, we catch the mineral line. Lings are the main, Lings are the natural, Lings at the 3rd and the 4th. Lings are everywhere. And Maru's being pulled apart. We're getting far too much done. 29 30 SCV kills.